All right. It says that I'm live, but I have no idea if that's true or not, so... It has been a long time since I have actually done this. So if... I know there's a delay from what I'm saying and what you guys are hearing, but if somebody could let me know maybe that this is working, that would be great. Sorry, I'm starting off a little late, by the way. As per usual, I was kind of stressing about how this works. So, okay, somebody says that I'm here. So far, so good. Perfect. All right. Well, I'm going to consider that a win then, because, like I said, it has been a really long time since I've done this. And I kind of was just fumbling my way around the streaming equipment here. So, hi guys. How are we all doing today? Oh my gosh. I'm like simultaneously trying to come over to this mic and monitoring my actual laptop screen. Yeah, so wow. I think it's been over a year since I last went live. Actually, maybe 2 years since I last went live. At least on my channel. I've done a couple interviews before, and this is going to be kind of similar to that, except there's not going to be someone asking me questions. It's just going to be me talking to the void. So that'll be cool. Yeah. Well, so just to sort of preface this, and by the way, if you guys could let me know if my audio is okay. I don't know how the volume is or anything. I tried to test it before, but it's hard for me to tell. But anyway, for just so that I can preface this, I have a bunch of questions that were sent in to me, mostly by one person, actually. One of my revenants really came through for me and sent me like 15 questions, so I don't know if Evan Diaz is here, but if so, you're amazing. And hopefully, if he's not here, he'll join soon, because he asked me a lot of questions, so I have all of those here. And I got a couple on my last video and on my community post, so I do have a couple questions to work from, so we're gonna go with those. First thing, my audio is fine. Yay! That's good. That's great. I've got some rain ambiance in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I figured that would be better than nothing, because I don't know if I've made this very clear yet, but I really don't know how to stream, so the screen is really just gonna be that. By the way, the art on the screen right now was done for me by, oh god, I actually don't know how to pronounce it, but it's linked in my description. The artist is fantastic, and I'm in love with his art. I'm trying to make a channel banner out of it, but I haven't figured that out yet, so figured out the design, I mean. It's amazing, though. Should I tweet this? I should have been more prepared. I feel like I'm so unprepared for this. Thank you for all the feedback, guys. Yay, I'm so glad it's actually working. I still have nightmares about the one time that I went on stream and it was like caught in a feedback loop or something. I think my volume, like I hadn't muted it correctly, and my audio was just looping infinitely, and I'm sure it was traumatizing for the 3 people who were actually there. Yeah, it was terrible. So I'm glad that hasn't happened. I'm pretty sure, let me check. Yeah, I did mute my stream, so I did learn something. All right. You just get better at faking it. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, honestly, it's easier for me if I'm on somebody else's channel, at least, because then, you know, like, at least on someone else's channel, if something goes wrong, technically speaking, I can just sort of let them deal with it, and then I don't have to be the one who's freaking out, but that's fine. That's fine. If anything goes wrong, please just let me know, and I'll try to fix it as soon as possible, even though, I mean, I really have no idea how any of this works. Alright, so let me pull up my list of questions, as I should have done before. I'm going to be adding to it with the ones that you guys send me in the chat. Let's see. I haven't seen a message from Evan Diaz yet. I would really like him to be here, at least for part of it, so that he is able to hear the answers, but we'll see. I will say, so let me answer one of the questions that I just saw in the chat, which is, how long have I been narrating, by PJ Plus? Because that's a short one. That's a good answer. That's a good question, because it's something I can answer really quick. I've been narrating since 2018, in the summer. I started narrating, it was July, I don't know the day, but it was July 2018. And I only remember that because it was right before I went to college. So it was the summer after I graduated high school. And, yeah, I was just about to go to college, and for some reason I decided that was a great time to start a new time-consuming hobby. So that was great planning on my part. Oh, Evan Diaz is here! Yay! Great, 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 great. Perfect. Thank you for letting me know. All right, awesome. Great, well, we'll get started on your questions next. But yeah, so anyway, 2018. So I've been around for like 5 years or so. Actually, I'm going to be coming up on my 5-year anniversary in a couple months, so maybe I'll have to do something special for that too. Maybe I'll do another live stream like this. I don't know. We'll see how well this goes. If this traumatizes me, then I may not do it. Yay! Okay, great. Welcome, Evan. So, as I said before, Evan gave me a lot of questions, so we're gonna start with just the first one, and we're gonna go down from there. And if anybody has any additional questions, please let me know, and I will try to answer them the best I can. So, first question is, what inspired your username and the image behind it? So I have answered, and by the way, I've answered a couple of these questions in interviews before, but I'm more than happy to answer them again. So, if anyone's ever heard the interviews with that I've done, you may have heard the origin stories, but I'll try to provide some new information for you guys, so you're not bored out of your mind sitting here. What inspired my username, I have to say, as I always say, it is pretty boring, and I do apologize for that. There wasn't really anything special behind it. Honestly, the way that I approach things in terms of when I have to come up with something from scratch, I'm terrible at improv, by the way. When I have to come up with something from scratch, like a name, for example, I sort of just run through options in my brain, and then when I find it, when I kind of just throw things out until something sticks. When I see something and I hear something and my brain goes, that's good, then I just go with that. I wish I could say that there's some meaning behind it, but not really. When I first started doing the YouTube channel, I didn't really know a lot of other narrators. I knew that they existed, but I honestly hadn't really listened to a lot of narrators before. Which is kind of blasphemous now that I say that out loud. But yeah, I hadn't actually listened to a ton of narrators, so I just sort of knew that my username should probably have to do with horror and probably have to do with reading, so that if people saw the username, they could at least sort of understand what it was that I was doing. So I looked at a couple narrators' usernames, and I don't remember which ones I used for inspiration or anything. But I don't know. I think the voices part did come to me first. And so that's the one that I stuck with. But actually, I don't know how many people are going to know this. Spirit Voices was not my original channel name, funnily enough. So by the time I posted my first video, it was Spirit Voices. So it didn't stay a different name for very long. But when the very first time I created the channel, I actually had a completely different, well, not completely different, but a different username, which was, don't laugh at me, Royal Voices. I'm not sure why. I can't even remember. I think my brain was just like, that sounds cool. And I was already trying to give myself a kind of persona of, I don't know. I don't even know what I was going for, but yeah, it was royal voices. And I had like a crown profile picture and everything. It was sorted. Um, and then, of course, I was like, that's not really horror, is it? It's just sort of just, it wasn't spooky scary enough. So I sort of cycled through a couple different options of things that I could fill. So I had voices already, and I was just sort of trying to replace the royal part. And I don't know. Somehow I came across spirit voices, and I was like, you know what? That's cool. That's a good one. I've always been interested in ghosts and the paranormal and the supernatural and all that kind of stuff, and I was like, you know what? Let's go with that. And I got images of like a future persona that I could have, and that was good. So okay, I knew someone was gonna laugh because it is considerably less cool than spirit. Yeah, I know. Listen, I know it's less cool than spirit voices. Trust me, I know this now. Like I said, by the time I posted my first video, it was spirit voices. I already had the aesthetic all planned out. So don't worry, guys. I got there. But it took me like a week to figure that out. So it was all new and interesting to me still at the time. In terms of my image, which I'm assuming you mean my sort of character that I have, I'm not really sure. I think that sort of came to me with the spirit part of it. I'm not sure. Well, so actually, this is probably going to come up a couple times. I actually have something called aphantasia, where I can't actually visualize stuff in my head. I can sort of kind of do it sometimes. It's all like kind of abstract concepts that I can't really put together and make into a thing. It's very frustrating. So when I was trying to figure out a character and what my character looked like, I kind of didn't really have any clue. I sort of just had to start. I actually have a sketch that I made where I just sort of, again, can't stress this enough. This is my process every time. I just throw shit down and just hope that it looks good. And that's sort of what I did. Is I just made a sketch and just kind of started adding stuff and sort of improvising. And I mean, it wasn't very good, but I ended up getting in contact with an artist who was able to commission something for me, and I think I actually got it off of the Creepypasta Wiki Discord server, which is random, but there was just an artist who, well, one of the artist's friends was like, yeah, they need some help, and, you know, if anyone could go support them, that would be great. So I was like, yeah, sure, I need a profile picture. I need someone to actually make this character into something normal. I had like a stock image or something of something close, but not quite what I was looking for. Not an actual character. So I went to this artist and I showed them my sketch, and I was like, hey, I know this isn't a lot, like, I don't know, I've never done a commission before, I don't even know like how this process works, but would you be able to draw me something that looks like this but better? And I explained my whole channel premise and everything, and she the artist just kind of ran with it, and that is what inspired my current profile picture. A lot of the details in it actually were the ones that I had in my original sketch. So the angel choker, the style of that dress, the bow that I drew on the front was a lot bigger. I like that she reduced it to a smaller bow. The star hairpins and all that stuff, like all of that was me, but the color scheme was actually all that artist. I just sort of said I wanted like a ghostly pastel color scheme, and I was imagining greens and blues, and they went with pinks and purples, but I loved it. And there's some blue in there too, but I loved it. So that's been my color palette ever since. So I really do owe it to that one artist. Yeah, that's a good question. Someone asked me who the artist is. Let me go find They're on Twitter. Let me see if I can find their username. Because I do want to... Actually, you know what? It's probably in my channel description, actually. I try to be good about crediting the people that have helped me out. Yeah, the link to their Twitter profile is in my about section on my channel page. So you can look at that if you're interested in the artist. I don't know how to pronounce the username. I'm terrible at those, and I usually don't even try because I'm always afraid I'm going to get it wrong. Let me double check that that's correct. Okay, yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, anyway, it was a great artist, and I was very lucky to have found them. And yeah, it was great. Sorry, somebody asked me another question and I missed it. How are you doing right this second? I am doing fine. I'm a little embarrassed, or not embarrassed, but just like awkward, about this whole situation. I don't do lives usually on my channel because I'm just a very awkward person, and I feel like I'm messing this up, but hopefully you guys will actually be entertained by this. Okay, cool. Some more people with aphantasia, or who have at least heard of it. Yeah, it is a pain in the ass. It really is. I don't know if it's ADHD related. I honestly kind of suspect that it is, but I am not diagnosed with anything, so I can't say for sure. But it's very possible because my brain works in mysterious ways. So I've been told. Yeah, Twitter's pretty... Listen, guys, I agree with you. The only reason that I'm on Twitter is because I advertise my stuff on here. I advertise my YouTube stuff on there, but I hate being on Twitter, personally. I realize this isn't necessarily the greatest approach to life, but I avoid the news whenever possible because it depresses me. So, I usually stay away from Twitter. But I will say, Twitter is actually where I met a lot of the narrators that I am in contact with currently. So I actually have to commend it a little bit, at least my small section of the community that I'm a part of. It actually has put me in contact with some great people, and I would not have gotten a lot of the projects that I have gotten the opportunity to join in on without Twitter. So I will say, as much as I hate Twitter as a concept, and as much as it has gone downhill lately, I do have to acknowledge that it has done some good for me. So the awkwardness is what's entertaining. You know what? I'll take it. I will take that. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Twisted Skipster, hi. Sorry, I've done a bad job at acknowledging all the lovely people in my chat right now. I recognize so many of your names from my comment section. So welcome, and thank you for being here, because you guys are all great. Avoiding the news is the best way to live modern life. See, okay, I'll take that too. Yeah, I can't do it. It's too much. I get enough news. I get news in my periphery, people secondhand. I get news secondhand from other social media outlets or my friends, and that's honestly and it's still too much. That's the only way I do it. So. Yeah, I do hate Twitter, but, I have to. Let me go on to another question from Evan, and then I will address some of the other comments in the chat. Let's see. So the next question is, what other channel or channels have inspired or affected you the most? Which is a great question. And I imagine that a lot of you are going to easily predict what I have to say. And honestly, the biggest inspiration for my channel is definitely the Dark Somnium. I know a lot of my audience is from the Dark Somnium's channel. I don't know how much of you are from there, but I imagine quite a lot. And there's absolutely no way that my channel would be where it is in any capacity without the Dark Somnium. So he has to be the biggest influence for me, absolutely. Which is hilarious because I didn't actually know him. I didn't actually know the Dark Somnium when I first started YouTube. I really didn't. Like I said, I hadn't listened to a lot of narrators when I started. Really, I listened, at the time that I started YouTube, I listened more to, like, the, you know, quote-unquote true stories that people read. The biggest YouTuber, sorry, I can't talk. The biggest YouTuber that I listened to was, Darkness Prevails, actually. So I knew him more than I knew anybody else. So I definitely didn't know who the Dark Somnium was, and that's crazy to me now. But, yeah, he's the one who found me, actually, from one of my earliest videos. And for some reason, despite the quality and of that narration, he still wanted to work with me. So, yeah, he's the one who reached out to me and asked if I could help him out with a video or two. And of course I said yes, because I hadn't really done a ton of collabs at that point, and he seemed great. So, yeah, I definitely just am incredibly lucky to have had that opportunity. So yeah, like, see, I know a lot of people in my chat are like, yes, he's great. He is great. He's amazing. And he's a great person. And yeah, he's helped me out a lot. And I have to say that, you know, he affected my channel in that he helped me raise it up to where I am now with 10K subscribers. And most of those, like I said, are from him. But he also does inspire me because, I mean, when I started doing YouTube, I was already doing sound effects. I was trying to do the immersive experience kind of thing already. He did not, you know, inspire me to do that necessarily. But the quality of his videos definitely influences mine. And, you know, I listen to his stuff and I'm like, damn, you know, I gotta step up my game. So I definitely have, improved my quality somewhat, and I think that's in part because I've learned better since I've been doing this for a while now, but also I know that he has inspired me to do that. So I only wish I could write music. That is the bane of my existence, is finding the right music. And if I could just write it, if I was as talented as Ronnie and I could just write it for myself, it'd be so much easier. But that's fine. I'm sorry, somebody asked me earlier if actually, sorry, before I move on from that question, Dark Somnium is not the only person who's inspired me, because all of the people in his little, like, group have inspired me as well. Romnex and Big Daddy Stone and Dusklight Radio, all three of those channels, love them as people, love them as narrators, such high quality stuff, just amazing people, and I'm so happy to be a part of that, like, little group sometimes, you know, like, it's great. I love it so much. There's definitely a lot of other channels that I have listened to that have inspired me. I'm trying to think if there's any more. But that kind of immersive narration is, like, my favorite kind, and I think those three in particular are, like, or those four in particular are, like, the you know, the greatest at it. So that's great. So sorry, somebody asked me earlier if I'm still in touch with Margbot, I think. Oh, Tenzin, yes. If I'm still in touch with Margbot. The short answer is no. Not because I don't want to be, but I haven't heard from Margbot in a while, to be honest. So I hope she's doing okay. But for those of you who don't know, she was the one I did my first ever YouTube interview with. So, yeah, check her channel out. I'm not sure if she's still active on it. Last I checked, I think she wasn't, but it's possible that she is now. She might have come back. Yeah, so, yeah, I guess that one's a quick one. No. No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat for any more questions. Oh, B Plus Studios, thank you, first of all. Any specific projects, collabs, etc. you're looking forward to in the future? So, yes. Wow, it's like I timed that. Yes, There are a couple projects that I'm looking forward to. If any of you watched the video I posted yesterday, I have a, well, I know some of you did because I saw you comment stuff, lovely comments. Didn't get the chance to reply to them, but consider this a blanket I love all of you, thank you so much reply. But yeah, anyway, the trailer at the end of that video, please go watch that if you haven't, because that is the trailer for the new project I'm doing with Dusklight Radio, which is a Monster of the Week campaign that we're playing / releasing to the public. Yeah, it's so exciting. I can't wait for you guys to hear it, because when we started recording it, we did not plan to release it. We just sort of were doing it for us, and we didn't know how far it was going to go or how long it was going to last, and I'd never met any of the people in that group before. And you'll learn more about this when you hear it, and we've made a primer video to talk about, you know, the context of it and all that kind of stuff. So you'll hear more about this later on, but yeah, I didn't know any of the people besides, you know, the DM TJ Lee, again, the voice behind Dusklight Radio, and yeah, I didn't know any of those people, and it was kind of scary for me, actually, because I have, you know, if you guys hadn't put this together already, I kind of have crippling social anxiety, so that's part of the reason this live stream is so stressful. But yeah, it's been a great experience, and it's crazy to me to be a part of it. And I'm just really excited that you guys are going to get to hear what we've been doing, because my character, I love her. I love her so much, and I hope that you guys do. So yeah, I'm very excited about that project. And the other project that I am excited about, I haven't actually announced this yet. This is my first time announcing this to anybody from my side of YouTube. I'm very, very excited. I had to check with this person many times before I could like get permission to actually talk about this. So I actually recently was hired to be a part of an audiobook. So yeah, that is a project that I'm beyond excited for. I'm just, I still can't, I'm still in shock about it. I can't even believe that this is something that I'm doing. So yeah, that is something that is going to come out. Actually, I'm not entirely sure when that's going to come out. I think it's supposed to come out around, like, in a couple weeks. And I'm still working on it. It's not complete yet, so I'm like a little bit nervous. I gotta actually get it done. But yeah, so that is something that that I'm going to do, and I'm very excited about. And I'll give you guys more details about that later, like what story it's going to be and all of that. But yeah, hopefully you guys will enjoy that. And by the way, the audiobook itself is horror as well. It's a horror anthology. So it's basically what I'm doing right now, except much, much longer. Definitely the longest I've ever had to sit and record something. It's been actually a lot. I keep waking up with a sore throat. I gotta be careful. But yeah, so I'm sure if you guys like my stuff right now, you will probably like that audiobook. So I'm definitely going to make a community post about it in the next few days following this live stream announcement sort of thing, and I'll definitely give you guys more details about it. But yeah, long story short, I'm going to be doing that. The audiobook, sorry, I'm trying to find the I can't think and type at the same time. I'm trying to find the details of it so that I can like post a link or something. But it is called, I do know the title. I'm just trying to find the exact thing I was allowed to talk about. Yeah, okay, so it is called They Hide, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I'm going to, like I said, be posting a community post about it. But let me put the link in the chat right here. There's a Kickstarter that is pre-launching at the moment, so I'm going to post that in the chat or something so that you guys can see that. But yeah, so that is the story title, and the author is a wonderful Francesca Maria. So I'm very excited about it. So hopefully this is something you guys will be interested in. But yeah, so let me cover some of the comments in the chat real quick, and then I'll come back to this later. But let's see. Somebody asked me. Oh, Rayleigh Gnostic asked, "What's it like voicing Wendy from the NFC?" Good question. Awesome. Working with TJ. This, by the way, NFC Nightmare Fighting Championship or Nightmare Fighting Tournament, whichever way you know it, is the video that I met and got to like work directly with TJ Lee, who's just the most talented, amazing author. And I hadn't actually I worked on, you know, some of his stories before with the Dark Somnium, but I never, you know, actually spoken to him, and he's just such a cool person, and I'm so grateful that I got to know him. But anyway, so TJ directed me in voicing Wendy, and I hadn't really been directed before. Honestly, I hadn't really been, like, mostly it's just me like directing myself, I guess. And so I wasn't really used to that, but it was really cool. Thankfully I happened to get the tone of voice after a couple tries that he was looking for. So, you know, after that, it was just about me kind of sticking to that and trying to convey the correct emotions and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was very awesome. It was even cooler hearing it back. All the lines that I send in to the Dark Somnium end up coming out sounding so much cooler than the way that I sent them in. They always sound just amazing, and it's always so fun to hear them played back. So listening to the NFC later was an even greater experience. I always end up forgetting that I'm in whatever story that he's posted, and then you know, he like, I'll be listening to the video and suddenly I'm there and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot I did this one. So that's always fun. I kind of like jump scare myself. I'm like, oh, it's my part now. Okay. But anyway, yeah, it was great. And Wendy is an amazing character. If you guys end up listening to the Monster of the Week campaign that we're doing, you know, Wendy is, I hope I'm allowed to say this, Wendy is in that one, and I don't voice her because it's all improv, and so TJ's the one who's, you know, coming up with her dialogue and all that stuff. So I don't voice her there, but she's just an amazing character, and he's, you know, the fact that he can come up with that stuff is insane. It's great. I love it so much. Let's see. Thank you. Oh God, I'm so bad at pronouncing names. I'm gonna get a lot of these wrong. I'm so sorry. Chaos Family Art. Chaos? I don't know. Your ability to emote is top notch, but thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Another Wendigo Wendy question. I really did love being Wendigo Wendy. She's so cool. Oh, let's see. Okay, did you come, Chaos Family Art again. Did you come by your ability to emote so well naturally, or did you have to work at it? No, thank you so much. Well, that's a good, well, okay, the question itself is a very nice compliment, so I'm, like, embarrassed to answer it. I'm glad you think that I emote well. I'm not gonna lie, I have zero acting background whatsoever, none at all. Like, I've never acted before YouTube. I didn't really think that was, I don't think at the time I really considered how much acting it was gonna be, which seems stupid in hindsight, but, I've always liked reading stories aloud. I'm sort of, you know, by loose definition, I'm sort of an author. And I've written stuff for a really long time, and I always, sorry if you hear the creaking in the background, by the way, my chair is so squeaky. I've always read my own writing out loud as a way of editing it and hearing how it sounds and presenting it to my family members and all that kind of stuff. So I always liked reading my own writing out loud. So I was used to that in a way, and I always enjoyed it, which is why I wanted to do this in the first place. And so I don't know. I don't think I really considered, again, the acting side of it as much as I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna read this story and it's gonna be cool. And the first story I read, another senseless ritual, ended up being first person or second person. I don't know. It ended up being like from my perspective. Of course, I was talking to the ritual. To the person who was doing the ritual. So anyway, there was a lot of acting in that first one, and I think from there I just really found it so fun to do. And I don't know, I would like to think that I've improved over the time that I've been doing this. You know, I listened back to my earlier narrations, and I'm like, oh god, why did I say that like that? You know, like I cringe, full body cringe. So you know, it's been just kind of a general learning process for me, but I always feel like I'm doing the same as I did before, and then I'll listen to my stuff from months or years back or whatever, and I'm like, whew, thank God I've improved some. But yeah, thank you for the beautiful compliment. Okay, good, it is chaos. Woo, yay! I read it as like chaos, and then I was like, wait, I got it. It's a spelling thing. Okay. Let's see. Have I played the games Dark Pictures Anthologies? I have not. I'm warning you guys now, if you get on this topic of asking me what games that I've played, it's not gonna go well. I haven't played very many games. I do all of my editing and all of my YouTube stuff and really everything for the last 5 or so years on the same little school laptop, so it's not very good at running video games. And actually, I'm actually surprised that it's doing so well with the stream. I don't know if, you know, my audio is stuttery or anything. I hope it's coming through clearly enough for you guys, but yeah, my laptop is sort of just chugging along. And so I think it hasn't ever been very good at running video games, and I think it would overheat if I tried. So I haven't played a lot of video games, but I'm hoping to get some kind of desktop or something soon that I'm able to do that with, so I can actually play some cool games. That's why the background is kind of just like a random image with some rain, because I really can't be multitasking, and also because I would get just too distracted to multitask. But let's see. What is my... Max asked, what's my favorite word to read? That's a good question. However, I don't know the answer to it. I don't know what my favorite word to read is. I can definitely tell you what my least favorite words to read are. And it's ones with a lot of L's in it. Like, I'm trying to think of a good example, but like a lot of L's or a lot of R's, like rural. Terrible word to read. Absolutely terrible. Memories, for some reason, is a terrible word to read for me, and I don't know why. Actually, now that I'm trying to, I'm actually pronouncing them correctly, but just, I don't know. There's some word combinations that when I read them in a story, I always fuck it up. No, like, you know, no chance that I'm going to get it right the first time. And there's a couple words like that. If you guys can think of words with a lot of L's or R's or really a lot of like weird consonants put together, I bet you anything that's a word that I can't usually do. So, I'm going to go back to one of the questions that Evan sent me, and then I'm going to I'll come back to the ones from the chat. Although I will say, so I'm just going to quickly go back to what I was saying before about the games. Evan said there's always cloud gaming and can I roll RS? I'm not gonna lie to you, I have absolutely no idea what that means. Neither of those things, I don't know. So maybe, but we'll see. Um, anyway, so next question. What is my favorite part about the creation process? Which is a very good question. Um, my favorite. I should have read these questions in advance so I actually had an answer and didn't just sit here like an idiot. My favorite question, or my favorite part about the creation process, I would have to say, besides the narrating part itself, because I do genuinely like that part, um, I don't know, every part of the creation process for me is a little bit frustrating in its own way. Um, Mainly because if something is incomplete for me, it's not showing up the way that it sounds in my head or the way that I think it should sound. If I don't have the right song or the right sound effects, or if I haven't like edited the narration and it sounds choppy and weird, and every step of it has a different issue to me. And it's all obviously fun enough that I keep doing it. But I think the most rewarding part of the creation process would have to be when it all comes together. Because when it actually starts to sound like the way that I hoped that it would, or the way that I envisioned that it would, not envisioned, but you know what I mean, that is the moment where I start to feel the sense of pride and like what I did was worth it. You know what I mean? Like I put, when I hear it back and it's what I thought it was going to sound like, and there's no mistakes, and the music does something cool, or the sound effects are where they should be, and yeah, that always hits. That always makes me feel really good about myself. And it's funny because later on, I may listen to it like months or years or even days, honestly, down the line, and I'll be like, oh, I should have tried harder. I should have done something different there. But at least in the moment, it feels really good. So that's always nice. So yeah, anyway, that I would say that's probably my favorite part is when everything comes together at the end. That and doing collab lines, to be honest. I really like helping other people with their narrations. I like when I get to host one, and I actually have the foresight to put one together, and everyone kind of comes in to help me make a story sound better, because that's always so fun. I love when there's different voices and everybody like puts in 110% and it just sounds so good. Oh my gosh. I need to do more collabs, to be honest, but here we are. I never remember to do them, and I always get my stories too last minute. So I'll be messaging people like, "Hey, could you get me lines tomorrow?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "That's fair. Yeah, that is fair." Oh, roll R's. I'm so dumb. Sorry, I thought we were still talking about gaming. Yes, I can roll my R's, I think. I don't think I've ever had to do that. But yeah, I think I could. I just... That's embarrassing. I think I could. I just, I don't know if I've had to have the context to do that yet, but, listening to my recorded voice causes the most ass-clenching cringe of my life. Yeah, no, it's... Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, it gets better. Or at least it did for me. I can listen to myself now without feeling just absolutely terrible about myself. Otherwise, this whole thing wouldn't even be fun. Like I said, in the moment at least, when I've put everything together, I'm like, yes, that sounds great. And I will say, not every video that happens to me. Like sometimes I have put everything together, and I don't get that feeling of completion. I'm just like, ugh, it still sounds not the way I want it to, but I don't have the time or energy to mess with it anymore. So I just send it out and hope that it's for the best. And I hate doing that because I'm a perfectionist, a huge perfectionist. So I want every project to be like top notch, and it always is a little bit disheartening when I can't get it there. But But yeah, so not every video makes me feel that way, but a lot of them thankfully a lot of them thankfully do nowadays, so that helps. But yeah, listening to my own voice has gotten so much easier. There are definitely still times when I listen to it and I'm like, oh my god, like why do I sound like that? But way less than before, so it does help. It does help. I think I just got used to it. That disconnect between like, oh, is that how I sound in real life, has kind of shortened now. Like I'm like, yeah, that is how I sound. I've gone from being like, oh, like, is that really how I sound, to, yeah, that is how I sound, and just sometimes I kind of hate it. So at least the cognitive dissonance is kind of has kind of faded slightly, you know. Not a fan of tongue twisters. I can do some tongue twisters, to be honest. I think the bigger problem for me is doing it while being able to enunciate everything clear enough, because sometimes my words start to run together if I try to do it too fast. Now if I try to do it, I'm gonna fail, but like, Sally sells seashells by the seashore. You know? Kinda, sometimes. It's a lot easier now. Let's see. Thank you guys for the congratulations. You're so sweet. I'm so happy I got to 10K finally. It's been 5 years in the making. But I say finally. I honestly didn't even expect to make it that far. So I'm just, it's so cool that I actually got there. There was like a moment, and I don't even know what it is, but there was like a moment where I was like, oh, maybe I might actually get to 10K at some point. And that's when I started hoping for it. But when I first started this channel, I really did not think I was going to make it that far, to be honest. Has some of the stories you narrated ruin or made you scared of something mundane? Ooh, that's a very good question. You know, so I know I complained about aphantasia earlier. And I still, I still hate that quite a bit. Yeah, honestly, that might be one of the main benefits of it. Is that with horror, I don't ever really, I don't know, I find things creepy while I'm reading them. I'm like, oh, that's kind of scary, but I never really remember, like, none of it really sticks with me, I don't think. When it comes to monsters and gore and, all that kind of stuff, I can't visualize it, so it never really affects me too much, I guess. Which is honestly, like I said, a perk, actually, of doing what I do, and having the brain that I have. I think, I don't know, something mundane. Yeah, I don't know. I already have, here's the thing. I already have quite a bit of anxiety, just in general, without horror having anything to do with it. So there are some mundane things that I'm scared of that I was scared of before I started doing horror. But I don't know if horror and any of the stories I've done in particular have made me scared of anything. Maybe more self-aware, though. Like, when I do all these deep ocean stories, I, like, think about it more, I guess. I do live kind of on the coast, so every once in a while, I mean, to be fair, I actually don't like the beach whatsoever, so I don't go there too often. But when I do have the rare occasion of seeing the ocean, I, like, remember some of my ocean stories that I've done, and I'm not necessarily scared, but I'm just like, oh, yeah. What if, Like, I think it'd be worse if I went deep sea diving or something, but yeah, stuff like that where I sort of remember, like, some things make me remember stories that I've done. But I don't think I necessarily, here's the thing, is I don't really put myself in a lot of the situations my stories are in. So, like, I wouldn't be scared of them. If I am, it's generally something I was already scared of, and I'm a true crime nut. If that wasn't, well, that was so cringy of me to say, but I love true crime. I've always loved true crime. That's why I liked the true horror stories when I was younger. So I do. I think that stuff has made me a little bit more paranoid more than anything. But I don't know about any of my stories. I think they're all fictional enough for me to not get to me too much. The process is hell until it isn't. I just saw that, Saber. That's hilarious. I mean, yeah, basically. Not really. It's not hell, or else I wouldn't be doing it. The thing about me is, if I'm not motivated to do something, I just won't. So, so the fact that I'm still doing all this YouTube stuff means that I must be motivated to do it, and I am. It's just, it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes, but the fact that I know I'm going to get to that end point makes it go a lot smoother, you know. Yeah, I've gotten some, let's see. So I've gotten some, like, remarks about people who want to collab with me. If anybody wants to collab with me, please just reach out. You know, I'll put my, actually, I'll put my email in the stream chat right now. I'm sure most of you have it already. In fact, I should probably put my socials in the description of this stream. But yeah, if anyone wants to collab with me, please just reach out, and I'm happy to help other people out with their channels. And I have a list of narrators that I need to reach out to if anything ever comes up on mine. But yeah, if anyone has any stories for me or whatever, I'm sorry if you've already sent me an email and I haven't responded. I've been so unbelievably busy the past few weeks, but I'm getting caught up, so hopefully, if I haven't responded to you, please don't take it personally. I have so much going on, and it's hard for me sometimes to sit down and actually read what people send me and then also respond to it. So, but yeah, I'm happy to work with people on that kind of thing. I'll put my email and my Twitter for good measure in the live stream chat. Let's see. There we go. I'll pin that too, just for fun. Speaking of, should I have, I don't even know if I should have tweeted this or not. God, I'm such a mess. Well, I'll try to do that later. Let's see. Listening to my recorded voice feels like when you're watching something in bed and the screen goes black and you can just see the triple chin reflections. That is such a vivid image of listening to your recorded voice. I'm so sorry. I understand, though. I fully understand. That has happened to me before, and it's a jump scare moment every single time. I haven't gotten quite over that. My voice has gotten a little better for me. That, not so much. How's collabs with Rom Sam and Big Daddy? Great. Great. I mean, I don't know if you're asking about a specific collab or just like in general. They're amazing. Like I said, they're amazing people to work with. I have zero complaints. Ronnie is a little bit hard to get in touch with sometimes, but he's so busy and has so much to do that I can't. And also, listen, like I just said, I'm hard to get in touch with sometimes too. So, you know, I can't fault him for that. But, yeah, like I honestly wish we talked more than we do. But like I said, we all are just so busy sometimes that it's hard to. It's always been hard for me to keep up online relationships anyway. So, you know, I always end up, you know, getting distracted by real life and not keeping up as I should. But anyway, yeah, no, working whenever I do get the chance to work with them and talk to them and everything, it's always amazing, and they're so kind and they're support of me. And yeah, no, I can't say enough good things about them, and if you guys allow me to, I'll rant about them forever, but I don't want to be creepy, so let's see. I don't like the ocean. No, I don't like the ocean. I live on the coast too. You know what's funny is that would be blasphemous in the town that I like, one of the towns I grew up in, like where my parents live. It would be blasphemous there. Everybody there is supposed to love the beach. I hate the beach. I do. I really do. I don't like salt water. I don't like sand. Those are the two things you have at the beach. And the only time where I actually liked going to the beach was when Pokemon Go was still a huge thing. And I had friends to go down to the beach with, and we played Pokemon Go on the beach. And honestly, those are my best memories at the beach because that was actually pretty fun. So, but yeah, I really don't. I really don't enjoy it. I like pools. I like swimming in swimming pools. I don't know why chlorine doesn't bother me as much as salt water does, but yeah, I can't stand the beach sometimes. I haven't gone to the beach in the dead of winter, though. I don't get very good winters over here, so I'll have to try that sometime. Ethan saying, does collab include we write stuff and send it? Yeah, if you want. Sure. I'll take stories. I mean, listen, I can't promise I'll work with every single person who sends me an email, but only because, I don't really have the time. But absolutely, I can at the very least put you on a list of people that I want to work with and will get back to, because I have one of those because I kept forgetting to get back to people that I promised I would get back to. So now I have a list. I have an Excel spreadsheet of people that I need to contact again when I have the time to work with them. And that's only for my own sanity, because I have a bad habit of committing to a million projects and then being so stressed out about it and upset when I don't finish them on time. So I have to pace myself a little bit, but I promise, give me some time and I promise I'll get back to you. And if I don't, please feel free to send me an email reminder just being like, hey, I'm still here and I'll do my best. I promise, guys. Yeah, but yeah, send people my way. That's great. That's definitely a thing to tweet. I know. I should tweet it probably. You guys can't cancel everything I don't like. Sorry, Destabilizer, I just saw your comment, pools scare me more than the ocean. You know what's funny is I have a story called Pool, and with that exact theme in it. And yeah, that was like I said, that was a scary story. Thankfully it hasn't scarred me for life against pools, but listen, they're a bit unhygienic. That's the only thing I don't like about them, but I grew up with a pool, so I like pools. I like chlorine. I don't know. I'm definitely more of a pool person than an ocean person. Also, the ocean hurts my eyes. At least I can open my eyes underwater in a pool, so, The creatures that live in tide pools. Yeah, Sam, that's a fair point. I do like them from a distance. They are interesting to me. It's just, I don't know. I get weird about small animals and bugs. I know what you said aren't bugs for the most part. I'm not trying to insult the sea stars and mussels and all that kind of stuff. But I just have I don't know. I get squeamish around bugs and that kind of thing. So I don't know. It's not enough for me to go to the beach all the time, but they are interesting. I will give you that. I do like that. As long as they're not trying to attack me or anything. I like seeing the animals that are there. I guess I should have said that over Pokemon Go where the fake animals are, but that's fine. Oh, the constant pursuit. Has anyone ever told you how comforting your laugh is? That is so sweet. No, usually it's annoying. So, so I appreciate that. I feel like I'm trying to keep it down a little bit so I'm not just breathing straight into my microphone. I'm trying to reduce the chance of plosives as much as I can, but no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go to another question. I've been kind of stalling for too long. Let's see. Any advice for people making similar channels to yours? I get that question a lot, actually, and I get people messaging me on Discord and Twitter and, sending me emails about this question a lot. Sorry, I'm going to drink some water really quick. Should have done that before I read the question. Yeah, so I do get that question a lot. And my biggest, the most common advice that I give for people who want to start a YouTube channel, but, I can't speak for other for other communities, I don't really know what it's like to start a YouTube channel in a different community than this, but I always encourage people to do narration if they want to. I get a lot of people who are like, yeah, I kind of want to start narrating, but I don't know, I'm not very good, or, it's not really worth the time or whatever. And I always encourage people to start narrating if they have the time to do it, because it is time consuming, or at least it is for me. But it is a worthwhile process, and I don't think there's anything wrong with starting a hobby. I think as long as you approach it like a hobby and not a job, at least at first, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and I think it's worth exploring. Like, you might be like me, and it might turn into something that you stick with for much longer than you intended to originally. So yeah, I think I do think it is. I think that's an important stipulation, though. Is at the beginning, I think it's important to treat it like a hobby and not a job. If you gain traction and you end up getting to the point where you're like, okay, I want to develop, or I want to invest more time in this, and I can afford to invest more time in this, that's the point where you can make it more of a job, that you work for, and I would say at this point, the amount of time that I put into YouTube has become almost like a part-time job. And that works for me because, my other job is also part-time. So it's almost like I have two part-time jobs. It's like almost a full-time job, when you combine them. So, but but when I was in school, I didn't do that. I put less time into it because I had to. So only do what you're able to do and what you're comfortable with. And, but then after that, it's like, yeah, of course, if you want to start narrating. You don't need a ton of money to do it if that's what holds you back. Because I started my channel with I didn't have a job when I started. I didn't have any money really. I had I don't even know, it was like a $10 like plastic USB microphone that I plugged into my laptop, and Audacity is free editing software, and I started with like no money and no knowledge of how to do anything really. You don't need prior expertise or a ton of money or acting experience. I mean, I can't stress enough how impulsive this decision was for me originally, and how unprepared I was for all of this to happen, which is why I'm always so grateful and surprised to be where I am with this YouTube channel. Is I never anticipated doing any of this. I love voice acting, but I never thought I would I wouldn't even say I've made a career out of it yet, but I think I'm so much closer than I was before, and that's crazy to me. So yeah, you never know until you try, and worst case scenario, you don't like it, and you stop, no harm, no foul. I would say it's actually better if you don't put a lot of money into it originally, because, if nothing comes of it, then at least you didn't lose anything. And hopefully in the process, you can create a video that you like. You can have some like little, even if nobody else listens to it, you can have like video narrations and be like, look at this thing that I made. And I'm sure at the very least there are people in your corner that would support that. So yeah, definitely. I usually, in terms of advice for narrators, I usually just say go for it. The other thing that I would say is just try to connect with as many other narrators as you can, because in my experience, everybody in that community wants to help each other out. Not everybody has the time or the resources to help each other out, but I know a lot of smaller narrators, and even a couple bigger narrators like the Darsomnium, or Dr. Creepin, or, a couple of others that I've worked with, are just so kind and willing to help out. And, like a lot of smaller narrators I've worked with in the past, and if you collab with them, they'll collab with you. A lot of them host huge mega collabs and all that kind of stuff, and just offer so many opportunities for you to jump onto their channel and vice versa and promote each other. And yeah, it's great. So whether that's through Twitter or Instagram or Discord or, whatever method you use to connect with people, I definitely recommend doing that as well if you do start a channel, because it's easier to work with people and have them sort of help you out than it is just to just be doing it by yourself, which is how I started doing it, to be fair. I kind of got pulled into the community against my own knowledge, but yeah, it's great. I mean, it really is. And if you have the time for it, I highly recommend at least trying it out. And if you don't like it, then, you know, again, no harm, no foul, you know, just like any other hobby. Let's see. Yeah, Evan Diaz, I'm kind of interested in not so much the narrating, but the audio stuff. Like, sorry, do you mean like the editing or, because, you know, I know nothing about any of that, but I'm sure there are narrators who are looking for editors, though. Personally, I can't afford to pay an editor, but, you know, it's a highly requested position. Well, and also, I don't know if this isn't specifically about horror narrations, but there's a lot of websites where voice actors are looking for editors, and directors are looking for audio editors on their projects and that kind of thing. So yeah, there's definitely ways that you can get into that. I'm trying to think of what website I'm thinking of. Oh shoot. It's on the tip of my tongue. Hold on. Casting Call Club. I got it. I knew it started with a bunch of C's. Casting Call Club. I don't know if anyone else has any experience with that website, but that is a good website for just joining in on somebody's project, or at least auditioning for it. And you can get some good experience off of that, because not all of them are paid work. So it's, you know, they're just grateful to have somebody on board. So you can get some good experience off of that if you want to. Yeah, if anybody else has any suggestions, please feel free to leave them in the chat as well. Tenzin, thank you. Listen, sometimes I'm not trying to be funny, but I'll take it. I don't even know what comment I was responding to, but hopefully it was a thing where I was making a real joke. Oh, you guys are so nice. My channel is monetized. Yes. I don't make a lot of money off of YouTube. I really don't. The most money that I make out of this is from Patreon. So, you know, that's why I'm so grateful to Evan and my other patrons who are here. I know Steven Stevens is here, or at least was here. And I've recognized a couple others. Like, you guys, I owe so much to you. It's actually unbelievable. Yeah, that's where I make the most of my money, but YouTube doesn't give you a ton until you have a lot more views and subscribers than I do. So, but yes, my channel is monetized. I remember before I was only making a few cents per video. At least I'm up to like $1 or $2 now. So that is an improvement. I'll take it. So, Caboose asks, who is my favorite person that I've ever collabed with on a gaming video on my channel? I know where this is going. Caboose, is my brother. If you guys haven't listened to the video I did with Caboose, please do. It's actually, I think it's hilarious. I don't know. He didn't even think it was that funny. But I thought it was hilarious. So I want to make more still, but he won't let me. But yeah, that one is, I'm trying, I think it was like We Fall Flat or something. We play, Human Fall Flat, and I made a little stupid edited, clip compilation of it, and I thought it was hilarious. So, you should listen to that. I know he's fishing for compliments there. I could have named somebody else, but I didn't. I let you have that one, bud. So, let's see. Rayleigh Gnostic. I'm not sure if you know, but you ever heard of a story Ronnie narrated called The Secret Government Prison? Yes, I do know about the Secret Government Prison. I'm such a poser, you guys. I haven't listened to the full thing. But yes, I'm aware of, and actually, because I'm an admin / mod for Ronnie, I get questions about a lot of, like, what video is this where the story was about this, and I have to go looking for what they're talking about. So I've directed a lot of people to the Secret Government Prison, and I know the music there is crazy. I love the music on it. Let's see, that's barely anything. Yeah, well, you know, that's why I said the time I put into it is like a full-time job or a part-time job, but the money I get is not a lot. I'm not even sure how much I'm allowed to talk about that side of it, but, you know, I don't, I can't complain too much. I can't, because honestly, any money that I make from it is more than I ever thought I was going to. So I'm not necessarily shy about talking about finances, but I can't remember how much YouTube allows you to actually go into the details of that. Yeah, sorry, I'm looking for the link to the collab video right now, because I will post it. Yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. I'll give you that, but it's pretty funny. Here is he already got it for me. He beat me to it. Yeah, it's I recommend it. It's stupid, but if you like this kind of content where I'm just like talking at you, and you know, making jokes, that's sort of what we did. And also you'll see pretty quick that I'm terrible at video games. I wasn't lying when I said that I don't play very many video games. I really don't. And actually, many of the video games that I have played in the past have been with my brother and my actually all three of my brothers that I've played with in the past, and they know from personal experience that I'm quite bad at most of them. When we were younger, they were like really good at video games, like shooters and platformers and the strategic kind of, I don't know, we play all kinds of games, but I was always the worst. The worst at them, and they tolerated me, and I appreciate them for that. I would like to think that I've gotten better at video games since then, but with this Human Fall Flat game, my computer really was out to get me in terms of running that, but I also just wasn't very good. So let's see. Yeah, top tier mod. I agree. I don't have a ton of mods. Don't have very many mods, so I appreciate that he's actually here. I see you in the comments. I see you there. Yes, I do get bullied enough in Monster of the Week. I truly do. It's a tragedy. Thank you for being here. Which, by the way, this is someone from my Monster of the Week group, so I'm so excited for you guys to hear this. Lovely Jimmy the Third is actually in my stream chat right now. So excited. Let's see. Do I ever listen to Horror Babble? No. I have no idea what that. This reminds me of the time where somebody asked me if I've watched SCP videos, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I don't know what an SCP is. I think that was in my last Q&A. My 1K Q&A subscriber video. Someone was like, yeah, would you ever consider narrating SCPs? And I was like, I have no idea what an SCP is, but maybe. So that's sort of what this vibe gives me. Let's see. Oh god. Don't try to recruit me for any video games, guys. I won't be able to do it. The closest I've gotten is last time I played, on my last live stream, like 2 years ago, I played Among Us, and, that in itself is a wild sentence that I just said. I did in fact play Among Us, and that's still on there, but it was the worst. I was so bad at it. I was having trouble multitasking between keeping the stream going and actually playing the game, so I was really, really bad at playing Among Us. I could never be a Twitch streamer. I really couldn't. I just get too distracted. I'm like, even now, I'm not even doing a good job answering questions. But I should probably. I should give more time to it. I'm going to answer another Evan question. So many of these are so good. And then I'm going to go to another question that I got on the comments of my last video, because it was a really good question. But here's another question from Evan Diaz. Let's see. There's so many here. I don't even know which one to choose. If I could redo one story or role, which one would it be? Such a good question. I've wanted to redo Another Senseless Ritual, the first video I've ever done, for a long time now. I really have. And that was one of the options for what I was going to give you guys for 10K, and it was outvoted by a lot, which is totally fine. I'm probably just, like, it's something I want to do for myself, so I may just do it at some point anyway. And honestly, it honestly works out because I would like to save it for a bigger channel goal if I ever get there. But I've wanted to redo that story for quite a while because I think it would just be so much, like, I want to see where my improvement is. And I know that I've improved since then, but I just want to, like, do a cute little comparison, you know what I mean? But I would have to, I would have to really work. I'd have to put a lot of effort into that to make it worthwhile. But I've wanted to do that for quite a while. Let's see, redo another role. I mean, I kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I want to redo a lot of the stuff that I've done. I don't know. I think every time I narrate something, whenever it's been a couple years or months, like I said, I listen back to it and I'm like, ugh, I could have done that differently, you know? I think I'm improving a lot all the time, which is weird for me to admit because I also simultaneously feel like I haven't improved at all. And so, you know, I could have just recorded a story and I'm like, ugh, I want to redo that. But, you know, it's not going to be any better than the first time I did it. So I usually want to redo everything I've ever done. But yeah, I would say mostly Another Senseless Ritual, and then maybe some of my earlier collabs, like if I could just go back and replace my audio every few months or so, I would work myself into a frenzy, just constantly re-recording things. But yeah, definitely that first video. Absolutely. Oh, hello, nobody. Yes, you can definitely ask where the art here came from. I don't know how to pronounce the username. I feel like I'm going to embarrass myself by trying. But it is linked, their DeviantArt profile is linked in my description. So please go check out their portfolio because it's amazing. If you've seen the art for the Dark Somnium's channel or Romnex's channel, it's the same artist who did those. And honestly, I should have put the artist's name up on the screen. That's my bad. I really should have, actually. You know what? I have my own email and Twitter and stuff pinned right now. Let me replace that. I'm gonna replace it with the link to the artist's profile because it's genuinely so cool. Hold on. Okay, for some reason it's not even letting me copy the link. God, I feel like such an old person sometimes. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna replace that because that's a more, you guys have my socials, it's fine. Let's see, artist credit, there's the link. Yeah, please go check this person out because this is it's amazing art. It's insane. And actually, they wouldn't even let me pay them. I wanted to, and honestly I still do, and I probably will at some point when I can afford it, but it was just amazing fan art, basically. I didn't commission it. They just approached me being like, yeah, I do art for all narrators and I just really want to do art for you. And I was like, holy shit. Okay. Like, so yeah, please go support that artist. It's amazing. Let's see. My God, you guys are so sweet. I'm sorry if I'm missing some of your comments. By the way, I'm like trying to do my best. I'm terrible at multitasking. So, let's see. Patrick Kilburn, am I a fan of anime? No. I can't say that I'm not a fan. It's not like I dislike anime, but I don't really know that much about anime, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen Pokemon. I think that's the closest I got. No, I don't really know too much about anime. I've actually been recommended some anime by my brother, but I haven't gotten around to watching it, and I need to. But yeah, I don't know a ton about anime. I need to start. If you guys have any recommendations, let me know. But I need to catch up on the ones that my brother sent me first. I haven't really gotten around to watching any shows recently. Honestly, I've been so busy recently. I've more so been listening to music, actually. I'd like to know everybody's favorite band or something, like in the comments. If you guys could like leave me your favorite like musical artist or something, that would be cool because I need more music to listen to. Um, let's see. I'm going to answer a comment that I got on one of my videos because I thought it was such a good question. Oh no, I didn't get the person's name who asked it. I just have the question here. Oh, I can find it real quick. Yeah, I thought it was such a good question that I actually have never been asked before. So, let's see. While I'm looking for it, I'll answer. Yeah, okay, good. I'm getting some anime requests. So good thing I have the chat replay on so I can actually come back and look at this because I'm not going to be able to remember all these, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Oh, it was Tenzin. It was Tenzin. Great. Tenzin asked this question. Yeah, hopefully Tenzin's still here. They asked, hearts are free. What do you base giving your hearts on? Which is a great question. So yeah, I've never been asked that before, and I had to actually like think about it when I saw the question. Well, when I first started doing YouTube, every comment I got was like a miracle to me. I didn't really know how many people were going to watch my videos, and especially, you know, to the point where you would like leave a comment or something, was kind of crazy to me. So I used to heart every single comment I got, actually. I don't know if, I can't remember if I took them off or if they're still there, but it's possible if you go back to all my old videos, you'll see like a ton of hearted comments, because I really did used to just heart every single comment that I got, because as you said, hearts are free. And I, yeah, so, but I was told by, I'm trying to remember who told me this. Oh man, there was a YouTuber that I was talking to at the time who told me that if I hearted, they gave me some good advice, which was that if I hearted every single comment that I got, it would, I don't remember what he said would happen, but I think it would just messed up some kind of algorithm that YouTube has or something like that. And, you know, it was gonna like dissuade people from commenting. And I was like, oh, well, I don't want that. So I had to, they just advised me, you know, don't heart every comment that you get. Just pick the ones that you really value and just give hearts to those and then respond to the rest of them normally. And I was like, okay, so I that's what I've been doing since then. So now what I pick giving hearts to, I don't know, just comments that really like touch me, I guess, that I really take the most to heart, are those kinds of comments that I try to give hearts to. Honestly, some of it is just, you know, if your comment gets a heart, it's not so much that I'm like, your comment is better than all these other comments, and the ones who don't get hearts are like leaving subpar comment. Like, it's not really that. It's just, you know, if a comment particularly is a terrible word to read, by the way, on subject with the question earlier. Yeah, if a comment resonates with me, then I'll give it a heart, and it's sort of just an abstract system for me, but I try to respond to everybody's comments, because they all do mean something to me. So that's why I respond to all of them still. But I may only heart a few, because I was given that advice a long time ago to not heart everybody's comments, and it's still hard. I actually do it on my community posts still. I'll heart everybody's comment, because the comments really, really do mean a lot to me. And I'm a hypocrite. I don't really leave comments on other people's YouTube videos, so I realize now I almost regret not doing that, because now I realize how much they might mean to a YouTuber. So I wish I could go back and comment on all the videos I used to like before. Oh, that's funny. I was getting anime recommendations and band recommendations at the same time. Those were poorly timed on my part. I'm gonna have to sort sort through and see which is which. That's a fun game, actually. Um, let's see. Oh, Silver Underworld. Hello. Welcome. And Midnight Chills, by the way. I saw you in the chat. I'm so bad at acknowledging when people arrive. I'm so sorry. Midnight Chills and Silver Underworld. Hello. um, let's see. Silver Underworld says, what was your first months like? Did you gain a lot of friends in the very beginning? That's a good question, too. Um, yeah, actually. So I do want to take this moment to acknowledge my brother, Caboose, who's still here. I need to make my other brother's mods too, just for fun. Um, but I want to acknowledge Caboose specifically because he was my first subscriber, I do believe. And when I created my YouTube channel, he was like the one who supported me and listened to my first video and was really just nice about it. And you know, so he at the very least he entertained me in my little impulsive little thing that I did. So so I want to acknowledge Caboose in particular because, like I said, I started my YouTube channel pretty impulsively. So oh my God, sorry, I just saw the super chat. God, I don't even know. I don't even know how to use super chat. I think that's what that's called. Thank you so much. I have no idea how to pronounce your username, but I thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. It's nice to hear from you. I love hearing from all you guys in my stream chat. Yes, yes, Evan Diaz, my actual brothers. Three of my brothers, I think, or at least two of them. I've seen two of them comment, but I think all three of them might be in this stream chat right now. All three of them did support my YouTube channel, but Caboose in particular was just like there when I made it. So I do really appreciate his support. He's not a narrator, but yeah. So he said, "I'm not a narrator. I'm just a guy." Yeah, he's just a guy. You heard it here first. So. Anyway, yeah, so Caboose was my first supporter, and then my dad supports me. He's one of my longest standing patrons. My dad is. If you've listened to the list at the end of my videos of all my patrons even once, you'll have seen Spirit, or you've probably heard Spirit Father listed. He's my actual father. So anyway, my family has been very supportive. But in terms of friends, I didn't, like I said, I really didn't know anyone in the narration community when I started. And I didn't, stop, you guys are funny. I'm trying to answer a question here. Yeah, I wasn't connected with anybody in the narration community whatsoever. I had no idea really who any of the players were, or like I knew Mr. Creepypasta existed, for example, but like I didn't know who to contact or whatever. I was just kind of doing this by myself with my family, kind of encouraging me. So in terms of friends, basically how this happened was I went to the Creepypasta wiki, and which is one of my main sources for getting stories for this channel. And I went on the forums, which I don't even use anymore really, and I just sort of threw a message out there like, hey, I'm a new narrator, I haven't even done a video yet, but like if anyone has a story that they're okay with me reading, please send it to me, and I'm happy to do it. Like, I just wanted some stories to look at. I didn't want to just like start narrating, and I wanted to get permission, and I didn't even know where to start. So I went on the forums and just made like a little post, yeah, I immediately got a lot of people just being like, yeah, sure, here's a story, you can look at my profile, I've got a bunch of stories on here. And Another Senseless Ritual was from the very first person who commented on that forum post, the author being Icy Dice on the Creepypasta wiki. And yeah, so I that is the reason I can't remember if he recommended that story specifically or his entire profile, but I narrated his story first, and what ended up happening was, the Icy Dice, the author, was like, that was an amazing narration and you have a lot of talent, and I'm going to spread the word on about you. And I was like, oh shit, thanks. I didn't really expect that. I mean, I was really grateful for it. And that one author, the first author I narrated, happened to be someone who had a sort of relationship with some of the admins in the Creepypasta Wiki. So I was invited swiftly to a Discord server for the Creepypasta Wiki, and I joined that, and I wasn't sure what to expect. And I remember I was sitting in my brother's room, actually, in Caboose's room, being like, oh my god, like, this is a new development, like, what is happening right now? And I joined the Discord server, and I was welcomed by a lot of authors from the wiki, and there weren't a lot of narrators in there either. Just a lot of authors and people who worked on there a lot, and a lot of admins, and it was surreal being a part of that. So those were my first friends in the horror narration community. Were the Creepypasta Wiki people, who really just immediately welcomed me into their little community. And again, I'm incredibly lucky to have met them. And unfortunately, that Discord server is disbanded now. There's another one, I think, that's replacing it. So I'm still in touch with a bunch of people from the Creepypasta Wiki. But as there usually is, there was some drama among them, and it kind of got a little out of control as far as I know. So it did eventually disband. But it was really, really cool to be involved with that. So yeah, those were my first friends. And then, of course, I made some friends in the narrator community as well. I don't actually remember who the first person I ever collabed with was. I know the Dark Somnium was one of the first, but I don't think he was the very first. So there were a couple people, like more of me being invited to various group chats and projects and that kind of thing when some of my narrations started to get more views, and it all just kind of escalated from there. I feel like I got handed a lot of opportunities that ended up being very, very good for me in my career here on YouTube. So it ended up working out very, very well. But yeah, so I hope that answers your question. Silver Underworld, in the roundabout way that I answer questions. I usually end up having to go on at least 3 different tangents to get there. But yeah, drama, I know. I don't even think I can, I can't even really expand on it because a lot of it was outside of my understanding, really. But yeah, for a while I was technically the official narrator of the Creepypasta Wiki. Like, I was the representative narrator, which is wild. I don't even know if anybody here knows that. I don't have that title anymore, really. I had a special role, and my name was like a cool color. And I don't technically have that anymore because they sort of decided to throw away that category. But me and one other narrator were like the official narrators, and I don't know. That was like a really cool time of my career here, even though it was right at the beginning. So, let's see. Oh, thank you, Jason. Yeah, of course, Midnight. Yeah, working with Midnight. Yeah, honestly, if you haven't heard that either. Guys, I have a playlist on my, if you just go to my channel and click on the playlist section, I have a playlist where I try to put all of my collab videos in there. I say try because I'm sure I forget one or two, but for the most part, I feel like I've been pretty good about putting my collab videos in there. So, yeah, if you haven't listened to that, I have so many collabs that I've done. I don't even know how many videos are in that playlist, but I think it's over 100 at this point. Let's see. Yeah, 116 videos in there. So, yeah, if you haven't listened to that playlist, I mean, please do, because there are so many good narrators that I've had the honor to work with, Midnight being one of them, who I worked on Fleshgate with. So yeah. Really, Nasik. Sounds like you've been doing a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I have been doing a lot. I think. I mean, it simultaneously feels like I've been doing nothing at all, but yeah, when I like kind of look back on it I feel like I have done a lot. And it makes me really happy because I got to do so many cool things from this YouTube channel. It's great. Every time someone contacts me with a cool offer and stuff, it's like a whole new a whole new experience. Like this audiobook thing and the Monster of the Week and like these projects that I'm working on right now even are still just completely going over my head. So the opportunities are getting cooler and cooler as they go on. I started from a 0 to ambassador. Yeah, I mean literally that's how it felt at the time. Um let's see. Silver Underworld. When did I find my narrator voice? Ooh, I don't know. I would be very interested if someone listened to my older content to be like, that's the video where she sounds like she does now. Because I don't think in my first video I have the quote unquote narrator voice. And I remember there was a point where someone asked me, like, you know, how do you do the narrator voice? Like, how it's different than your. And I was like, oh, it's not that different from my normal voice. I'm just talking. And then I kind of like became really self-aware of it and realized at some point like, oh no, I'm doing a voice. I kind of have to do a voice for the kind of narrating that I do. This is more similar to how I actually talk, but still, yeah, there's definitely there's definitely a different quality to it when I'm doing it. Yeah, I don't really know. I sort of just started doing it. Yeah, and Midnight, like, I've been trying to find my narrator voice for 3 years. First of all, I think you have one. You're a great narrator, but I feel I sort of feel the same way, except I do actually know that my voice definitely changed over time, and I don't even know. Like, it's still changing, I think. I listen to videos that I did, like, a couple months ago, and I'm like, oh, I'm not even doing the voice there. Like, that's weird. So yeah, I think it's still developing, and I don't even really know the ways in which my voice is changing. I mean, hopefully for the better, you would think. Steven, I know I'm self-deprecating. I know. I'm trying to stop doing that. I'm trying to do that less. But I just can't help it sometimes. I don't try to be, but it's just sort of how it is. Really, Gnostic? Yes, of course I remember you. Of course I remember you. Yeah, I get you. I see your art on Twitter all the time. Thank you very much. It's amazing. I'm sorry I don't comment on all of it, but I try to at least like it and let you know that I've seen it because it's amazing. And by the way, the fact that I get fan art is absolutely wild. It's actually this is kind of embarrassing. I want to know how many people have done this, because I want to know how many of you have like a written down bucket list. How many of you have like a real bucket list that you have items on, or am I the only one? Because I have a bucket list, and only because I've said for years, like, oh, that's on my bucket list, but like I didn't actually have one, and I would always forget. So now I actually have a bucket list. And one of the things on my bucket list was having people do fan art of a character that I've voiced in narration, or like, you know, in a more professional capacity or whatever. And I've checked that off. Which is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. Absolutely insane that I was able to do that. I've actually been able to check a couple things off my bucket list just from doing YouTube. Like the audiobook, I just checked that off. Granted, I probably can't officially check it off until I finished it, but you know, we'll say for now that it's tentatively checked off. Okay, some people do have a bucket list. All right. What's my number one thing? Okay, they're not in order. I should clarify. They're not in order. They're not in any order whatsoever. It would be pretty embarrassing if I read my bucket list. But no, I probably should order them, but honestly, they're all kind of important in their own way. So I don't even know if like one takes the most priority. Let me go see if let me go see what the number one thing is. This is gonna be embarrassing for me. Oh, well, the first thing on my bucket list is actually checked off. So that's actually really cool. Um, I don't know. Just I have things on here like small goals that I'm not sure I'm ever going to complete, but I like to. And then I have like wildly outlandish things that I'm almost positive I'll never be able to do. But hey, who knows? Um, so just random thing. Yeah, writing it down is kind of a lot of pressure, but it's not even pressure so much as I just like whenever I get to actually physically check something off, it's like, oh my god. Um, it's so cool. It's like such a cool feeling. A list on those you seek vengeance is also good. That's everyone has that list though, I think. The vengeance list. That one that one's longer than my bucket list, I would say. Um, a shopping list also does count. I have that too. I have a lot of lists because my brain is as soon as I think of something, my brain sends it off into the void. So I have to, I have to have a list. I have a video schedule. I have, I have a lot of different kinds of lists and spreadsheets and and uh, and everything. So it's not something. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't have to share any of it. Honestly, a lot of it is voice acting goals that I have. And then a lot of them. Oh, see, I haven't checked off doing an audiobook because I haven't finished it yet. See, I knew what I was talking about. Some are places that I'd like to go, which is funny because I don't really travel all that much, and I don't even really like traveling all that much. But I have some places that I would like to go on there, and I don't know, just like random goals, writing goals, acting goals, that kind of thing that I would like to get to. So anyway, yeah. Let me answer another question. I feel like I was going to do something else. Oh, I was going to tweet. I still haven't done that. Uh, I'll send out a quick tweet real quick. Fine. I'll succumb to Twitter real fast. Let's see. What do I even? I'm in the It's not even like I'm starting a stream. I've like been streaming for an hour and 40 minutes at this point. So like, what do I like? I'm in the process of live streaming right now. Um, so stupid. I was going to send one like an hour before, and then I just completely forgot. I was so anxious about it. I was eating dinner or something, and I was like, I should tweet this, or I should make an announcement about this. Then I just didn't. I just straight up did not. And by the way, I mentioned this in my video yesterday. Um, and I mentioned this in my video yesterday, but basically I'm going to be posting this as an actual video that people can watch back. So if you've missed part of it, if you want to hear the whole thing again, or, for the future ones of you who haven't listened and are now listening for the first time, this will be on my channel because I admit this is sort of a replacement for my video this week, because my original story is next week, and I'm trying to put a ton of effort into that to make it really good for you. So I'm working on that at the moment, and I am taking chat questions. Great. I can officially say that I have tweeted. I've tweeted. Did I do it? Did I do a good job, guys? Not that anyone. We were all like shitting on Twitter earlier, but did I even post the right link? Okay, I did. Whoo! That would have been really awkward. Great. All right, let me go back to the chat. I've been looking at the chat on my phone, by the way, so. Oh, good night. Yeah, if you guys have to leave. I get it's kind of, I don't know what time it is for you guys. Oh, someone asked me earlier what where I live in the United States, and I didn't even ask, I didn't even answer it. I live on the East Coast, but I don't want to say what state, just because I'm a little bit private about that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm on the East Coast, and so it's 9 o'clock for me. I'm probably going to be here for a while, as long as people keep asking me questions, as long as I have something to talk about. Let's see. I do not sound happy about Twitter. I'm not too happy about Twitter. I don't like Twitter, I really don't, but I like the tiny little community that I'm a part of on Twitter. That's what I like. But I don't like Twitter conceptually. I'm not gonna go in another rant about Twitter, but let's see. All right. Oh, right. Sorry. I was saying I'm from the East Coast. Actually, I was born in Texas, so technically that's where my voice is from. I'm sorry. I don't remember who asked that question earlier. I never even answered it. But yes, I was born in Texas, so that's where my voice is from. I was born and raised in Texas, but I don't sound like I'm from Texas. I've heard. I don't really have a Southern accent like that. So yeah. Sorry, that was not a very interesting answer. It's kind of cool to hear some. Yeah, I'm happy. Listen, like I said, live streams kind of stress me out, but I'm happy that you guys are happy to listen to me. It is cool to be able to interact with you guys the way that I can here. So yeah, I don't know if this is what you guys expected, but Texas gang, yeehaw! Sorry, I'll see myself out. I will see myself out. Okay, so let me answer another question. Oh, shit, I'm on my bucket list still. Hold on. Here we go. Let me answer another question. Let's see. There's so many on here that I could choose from. What is my favorite story that A, I've done, B, overall, and C, my favorite type of story, like theme or archetype? So there's 3 different questions in there, but I'll answer them individually. First question in that mega question is like, what's my favorite story that I've done? So, it's a little hard for me to answer that question. I have been asked that before. And as per usual, it's difficult for me to make a decision because when I narrate a story, it has to go through this kind of like abstract list of criteria in my brain for me to actually care enough to narrate it, which sounds meaner than I meant for it to. I don't know, I'm just kind of picky about the stories that I choose. So, usually, when I pick a story, it already has kind of like passed my quality check. Or not even quality check, but I don't know, it depends on the subject matter and the length, and it could be a really, really good story, but maybe it's just too long or too short, or has sort of a more like gory subject than I wanted to, or isn't, or is close to something I've already narrated, so I'm going to save it for later. Or, there's all kinds of things that make me want to read one story more than others. But basically it amounts to the fact that a lot of the stories I read are already ones that I'm really interested in. So, it's hard for me to pick a favorite necessarily. But that being said, when people ask me, like, what's your favorite story? There are some that do come to mind. So, one of my favorite stories has to be The Bottom of the Ninth. I mention this every time someone asks me what my favorite story is. I do really like The Bottom of the Ninth. Which, if you haven't heard that story before, it is me and Romnex, whom I love, and I need to work on more collabs with her, but me and Romnex in a video as sportscasters commentating on a baseball game. And let's just say the baseball game is not your average baseball game, because if it were, I would not be narrating that story. I don't know anything about sports, so I thought it was going to be a terribly boring story when I first started reading it, and it has become one of my favorites, honestly. So that one is really good, and one of my favorites that I've ever done for sure. I really liked... I'm blanking on the author for The Bottom of the Ninth. I can look that up really quick. But let's see. Another story that I really loved doing was Leviathans. That was the first, well, technically the second story that I did after coming back to YouTube 6 months ago. And that one was by Stalker Strike. I do remember the author for that one. Loved that story. Absolutely love that story. Honestly, I need to look through Stalker Strike's profile and see if there are any others like it, because it was amazing. And I just had so much fun with the sound design on that one. And I did a collab, so there were a couple of other people on it, and it was just so fun. Shannon Higdon is the one who did The Bottom of the Ninth. I'm trying to credit people because I want to get them the acknowledgement they deserve. I think The Bottom of the Ninth was on creepypasta.com. Leviathans was on the Creepypasta wiki. So, yeah, those are two of my favorites. I love narrating stories, and this kind of goes into the third question, which is like favorite type of stories, but I'll come back to this. I love reading I love reading first-person stories. I actually prefer writing in third person, so, you know, that's different. But I love reading first-person stories where I can really test my acting skills. You know, because I get to, like, become that character somewhat. I also loved Hey There, Eliza. That's another one where I really got to work on my acting, by TJ Lee, of course, my fave. Yeah, Hey There, Eliza was really fun. I really pushed the boundaries there, I think, in that one of what I was able to do, and I would love to do that again. So, yeah, talk about emoting on Hey There, Eliza. That one's kind of a rough one, so there's a trigger warning on that one, so be advised if you haven't heard that story yet. But it is very good. It's just kind of, let's see. Yeah, of course, Tenzin. Sorry, I hope I haven't been ignoring you. I'm really bad with keeping up with the chat, I think. Let's see. I too love Romnix. I too love Leviathans. Let's see. Never would have guessed Texas. Yeah, I know. Not many people think of Texas when they hear my voice. But yeah. I was born and raised there. I moved out when I was 12, and then moved to the East Coast, and have kind of bounced around between various states on the East Coast since then. So I've kind of, kind of been doing that. But yeah, I'm originally from Texas. Yeah. So, my singing was insane. Well, thank you. Oh my God, Big Daddy Stone is here. I was talking about you earlier. All good things, I promise. Thank you so much for stopping by. Oh my God. I really just, I love everyone in that. I said it before, I'll say it again. I love everyone in that little, like, group of people. Big Daddy Stone, Romnex, Dark Somnium. Ugh, just such good people. Yeah, thank you for coming. Also, thank you, Ethan Zhang, my singing. I tried, I tried. I get so anxious about the singing, because I'm more sensitive to that than I am to narrating. When I sing, I always listen back to it, and I'm like, ugh, God, I hate the way that I sound. Like, I don't know. I still have more of a disconnect between my singing voice and in real life versus recording, but I appreciate it. It was different when it was part of a narration, actually. So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, sorry. I was in the middle of answering a different question, and I, of course, got distracted again. Yeah. Well, let's see. I listed some of my favorite stories. There's probably more, honestly, more favorite stories that I've done personally. I'm just going to go with those three off the top of my head, though. And then, what is my favorite story overall? I'm assuming that means out of all other narrators as well, like just favorite story in general, like I'm assuming favorite creepypasta in general. I'm gonna well, that one, okay, so that one's an even harder decision. I'm gonna go with kind of a predictable answer, I think. One of my favorite creepypastas, well, to be honest, I really like feels pastas as well. I love the ones that can like kind of balance between both, like being creepy and emotional. I really liked, oh God, I'm blanking on the name. What Happens When the Stars Go Out by the Dark Somnium. Because I was, well, this isn't why it's my favorite, but I was in that one. And that story is not only amazing and very emotional, and, you know, just so good on a lot of different levels and very obviously well done by Ronnie. It also just holds a very special place in my heart because it was one of the stories. That one and Because You Are My Baby are stories that I hold very close to my heart because those were two of the stories that I got to really play a big part in on his channel for the first time. And I got to get my voice out there in a way that I'd never done before. And I just remember so much excitement when those videos were published and I got to listen back to them, and you know, people were commenting like, oh, I you know, I love the female voice that you have, and I don't know, just amazing feeling. And the story, it helps that both of those stories are just absolutely phenomenal too. So I'm honored to have been a part of those for many different reasons. The Dark Somnium has a lot of great stories. I don't even know, honestly, I don't even know what my favorite would be. And I don't listen, I admit to not listening to a ton of other stories in general. I can't read / listen to a ton of creepypastas outside of my channel, or I will get kind of overwhelmed by them and my motivation will dwindle a little more. It's got to be kind of a, you know, a my channel thing. Like I have to stick to the ones that I read for my channel, or else I kind of not lose interest per se, but it kind of overwhelms me a little bit. So I don't listen to a ton of other narrations. I really should. Of course, I try to support as many narrators as I can because there's so many talented ones out there. It's amazing. But you know, I admit that I don't listen to as many as I should because I kind of have to keep it more exclusive to the work that I do, or else I kind of just get overwhelmed. Someone asked me earlier as well. Let's see. Someone asked me a question. I keep remembering questions that were sent to me like half an hour ago, and I'm like, oh, sorry. Oh, this isn't even the one I was talking about, but Midnight Chills asked, have you thought about branching out to professional voice acting like movies or TV shows? I absolutely have. That is on my bucket. That's actually one of the things on my bucket list, is voice acting a character on a show. I actually was almost on a show, one time. Well, okay, the way that I phrase that seems more professional than it is. It was a project that was supposed to turn into a show, and unfortunately it kind of stalled out, and the director kind of lost interest. But yeah, I would love to be on a show or a movie or something like that. Would be insane. Absolutely. I don't even know how to approach doing that. If I had more time, I would look more into it. But although honestly, like at this rate, I just sort of like keep doing what I'm doing, and people approach me with shit. Like that's how my audiobook thing went down. I didn't search for that. I just got asked to audition, and I auditioned, and then I got it. I was like, oh, okay. So yeah. I'm still, like I said, I'm still in shock about that. God, there was another question though that I missed. I'm so sorry, guys. I want to know what it was. That's okay. I'll go back down because I'm going to miss more questions if I keep looking for it. Let's see. If you guys have asked a question and I haven't answered it, if you want to resend it, please do. Because I'm sorry I keep Oh, here's another one that I missed. Silver Underworld asked if I listen and watch to my own videos, and if so, how many times? You know what? I do. I definitely listen to them while I'm making them, of course. And actually a couple times after I finish them. Usually before I post it on YouTube. By the time I've posted it, not on Patreon, but like on my channel officially, I've probably listened to that video 3 or 4 times, because I listen to it once I'm completely done editing it. I listen to it again once I've exported it. I listen to it before I post it on Patreon, and then I listen to it a 4th time when I post it to YouTube. And somewhere in there I do subtitles, so I have to listen to it again to make sure that the subtitles are synced up. So yeah, usually like 3 or 4 times I listen to my own videos before I post it. After I post it, it's dead to me. I don't listen to it again after that. And that's not entirely true for all of them, but for the most part, yeah, I put it out of my mind the second it's actually on my channel. But I have gone back and listened to some of my narrations again. I've listened to Another Senseless Ritual a lot as my first ever narration. It's like such a nostalgic story for me. I've listened to, sometimes when I show other people my YouTube channel, I will like listen to my own videos again. I usually recommend, well, it depends on the person. I have a couple friends who love horror and a couple friends who don't like horror, and for those who don't like horror, I recommend stories like The Bottom of the Ninth, which are more funny. But I've recommended Leviathans a couple times. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I every once in a while, this is gonna sound kind of conceited. Every once in a while, I'll find a story on my channel that I'm like, oh my god, I forgot that I did that one, and I love this story, and I will listen to it, because when I go to sleep, I usually listen to either a podcast or some music, and every once in a while, every so often, I'll listen to my own videos if I want to reminisce about a story that I did. I think the most recent one I did that with was Beta Test. And again, I'm blanking on the author for that one. That was part of my Megan Meehan writing class series, which was just amazing. That's another opportunity I'm really happy to have gotten. Stephen Miller was the author for Beta Test, and I love that story. It's such a good story. So I think I did that one recently too. Oh my god, TJ's here! Yay! Hello. Yeah, get some sleep, but also thank you for being here. I talked about you earlier, and this is all good things, I promise. Thank you for stopping by, TJ. Oh my gosh. So many awesome people that I've like mentioned earlier in the stream are like just coming in and being like, hello. But I yell at TJ all the time to get some sleep, so I still appreciate the appearance, but I'm always like, go to bed. The time zone difference is kind of a lot. Sorry, I'm catching back up on the chat again too. What's in well, okay, here's another question, but let's see. Oh, Destabilizer, yes. Your story was in that Megan Meehan. I forgot about that. Yeah, oh shoot. I don't remember which one you were, but I do remember that. I remember you commenting on it. Yeah, all of those stories were fantastic. I'm so happy I got to narrate those. It was amazing. I was definitely, definitely blessed with that. Oh my gosh. I'm getting an ad on my own stream, you guys. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you'll sleep when you're dead. I get it. I'm a spirit. I get that better than anybody, but listen, it's important, okay? We'll see how late I'm up doing this stream, but it depends on how many people are up with me. It is important. I feel like I'm kind of falling apart now. Oh, someone, okay, was that? God damn it, I had a question and then I immediately lost it. God, oh, okay, there we go. Fuzzums asked, what is an absolute no-go subject for you in narrating stories? That is a very good question. I don't have a ton anything that is like overly explicit in terms of, I mean, that can mean anything really, like anything that's too violent, or I don't really love gore or anything. It's not my kind of horror that I enjoy. Some of my stories are I think could be classified as a little gory, but generally speaking, I lean away from those. Um, let's see. No-go subjects. I don't know. I mostly tend to lean away from subjects that are, like I said, too explicit, too graphic, too violent. So, well, anything that YouTube would hate, but also just because those are too much for me, personally. And then I guess anything that's like too, oh, what's the word? I don't know. Anything that has to do with like well, not anything, but a lot of things that have to do with like the human body, like bodily fluids or body parts. Like I kind of lean away from those. I'm a little squeamish when it comes to that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. There's not a ton of no-go subjects, I think. I've narrated a lot of different varieties of things over the years, so I don't know. There are stories that I read where I'm like, instinctually, I'm like, I don't know, that's kind of too much for me. I don't really read anything that's like too heavy on the romance, or which, granted, there isn't a ton of in horror, and I also just did a story kind of romance adjacent. But yeah, I don't know. Mostly anything too graphic when it comes to any kind of thing that could be graphic. I don't really. There's like a line, and when I read when it goes past the line, I'm like, all right, pushing it too much, and then I just kind of. Oh, and then you remember. Yes, that was such a good story. That's a popular one too. I don't know if you keep track of the views on that one, but that one is definitely a popular one. It's up to 2.8K. Yeah, that one is great. Yeah, body horror is just not my thing. It's really not. I also have like very strong emetophobia, very severe emetophobia. So anything that has to do with that, I'm like immediately out. Let's see. Oh, TJ is asking me some questions. Oh, take some attention away from me, please. That's okay. I don't mind. I'm stressed out with some of the attention, but let's see. A question or two. Who are your voice acting idols? I sort of so when it comes to, I guess the people that I was talking about earlier with my my favorite or the channels that have inspired me the most, which is to say, and you can listen, I'm not saying this just to puff you up. You can go back and hear this. I've said this before. It is the dark side. It's like the four people that I was talking about: the Dark Somnium, Romnex, Big Daddy Stone, and TJ at Dusklight Radio. Like those four people in their talent in voice acting is what they have done to inspire me. So idols, yeah. Like it's like I said, it's like the four of them reach such a high quality of narration that I just always am trying to catch up to, I feel like, and strive to match. And to an extent, some of that is like impossible for me to do, but I think I can at least get closer, make up for it in different ways. And of course, every narrator has their own like niche, like their own like special talent, and of course their own voice. So I guess that's something unique that we all bring and can't really replace. So but anyway, yes, voice acting idols, yeah, those four people, just I love them. Oh, sorry, emetophobia is it is the fear of well, like, I don't want to. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's just like I'm afraid I'm gonna like trigger somebody else. It's the fear of vomit, basically, of throwing up, and any mention of that generally, like me right now saying it is better because I'm not caught off guard. But any mention of that usually just kind of like kind of gets to me. And I'm also very strong. This is gonna turn into a conversation about how anxious I am about so many things. I'm also a hypochondriac, so I'm very self-aware of any physical symptoms that my body is displaying because I'm always afraid that I'm sick, which is what hypochondria is, or at least part of it. And so. So, emetophobia, hypochondria kind of go hand in hand, but I'm always afraid that I always give myself psychosomatic symptoms for things. So, enough said. Yeah, with emetophobia, I always, like, if I read it in a story, it's a little too much for me. It kind of affects me too much, so I usually have to cut that part out, or I don't read it at all. So that's another body horror thing that I just can't. I can't stand. So, let's see. Midnight, go get your snacky snacks. Honestly, I should have brought some snacky snacks in here with me. I don't have any snacky snacks. I got some water. I ate dinner before coming here, so I wasn't really thinking about it. I might have to go run out and get some snacky snacks myself. Sorry, then TJ's other question was, do I have any particular methods when approaching my acting? Methods. I want to say no. Well, okay, I won't entirely say. I do just sort of wing it most of the time, I gotta be honest. A lot of it, I struggled. This is gonna sound stupid. I struggled to, read my stories in full before I narrate them. And in fact, I kind of prefer not to because I like to discover the emotions of the story as I'm going, and it kind of feels too prepared if I read the entire thing a bunch of times and practice it or whatever before I start. So I just kind of go for it. And, I read it somewhat. I have to for me to ask for permission for it in the first place, but I just don't read the entire thing for the most part. I guess that's a method in itself, catching myself off guard a little bit. So to speak. No, I don't really have, any, I guess it's just sort of, whenever I read, every sentence, I think, it's not like a in-depth process every time, or else it would take me a million years to read, but, whenever I read the sentence, I think, how, I think about how I should enunciate it and what emotion is going with it. And especially in first-person stories where, I am the person who's telling the story, if that person is in fear or they're, upset or whatever, I just sort of think about, well, how would I feel in this situation? And then how would I express that? And I don't know, I feel like I'm not perfect at that yet by any means whatsoever. But I want to say I've gotten better at it as time has gone on, and sort of figuring out how to portray different emotions in a narration context. I will say I think I'm better at voice acting than I would be at actual acting, because I don't think my facial expressions really match what my voice is doing sometimes, especially with fear and sadness. It's I don't know how to do that. But yeah, I feel like it's all very just in the moment for me. Sort of, if they're panicking, then I am like my voice. I have to read it like I'm panicking, and whatever the narrator is feeling, I just sort of have to channel into that, I guess. So I don't know. I really don't prepare for it too much. But yeah. Sorry, I feel like that's kind of not a great answer, but let's see. Rayleigh, we all remember you. You're so talented. You have to give yourself more credit. Yeah, we definitely see. And again, I don't always respond to all of them, but yeah, God, your art's it's so nice. Um, it's so fun to see. Oh, let's see. Is it Lorelai or Lorelei Smith? Would I ever consider acting in person? So I feel like I kind of just answered that on accident. I don't know if you asked that before or after what I just said. Yeah, again, I don't think I'm very good at acting in person. I don't. I've considered doing theater because that seems like something I would be nerdy enough to do. I've been told I give theater kid energy. I've never done theater before. Like I said, I had zero acting experience when I did narrating, when I started narrating, and this is really still my only acting experience. I've never acted in anything, which is actually funny because I used to work. I don't know how many people know this. I used to work at a theater, so yeah, I never actually never actually acted before. Yeah, I don't think my facial expressions really match what I can make. I think it would be a much different process for me if I were to act in person. I'm much more comfortable with voice acting anyway. I like the kind of I would get stage fright so quickly. I like the anonymity of just sitting here, like, by myself, kind of producing my own work behind the scenes, and of course, I have the persona that I've made for myself, and no, I enjoy that more, and I enjoy having the script in front of me where I can do multiple tries over and over again, and kind of make it my own and make it as perfect as I feel that it can be in the moment. I do enjoy that more, I think. But I don't know. I would consider it. I guess I don't know when the opportunity would ever come to me anymore. But yeah. Let's see. There was another question too. Would I narrate other genres? Yeah. Yeah, I thought about doing the other kind of video that I used to read a lot were like, or not read, sorry, the other video I used to watch and listen to a lot, besides true stories and creepypastas and all that stuff, I used to listen to a lot of, like, like Reddit stories, like stories from different varying subreddits. I always thought that would be kind of fun, but I don't like to get into the, like, I don't know. I think people usually just kind of take those stories, and I would rather ask for permission, but I don't want to ask for permission for like, that would be such a time-consuming experience, and I don't know. It seems kind of like a lot to me, but the other thing is, it's just not really like, I wouldn't put it on this channel. I'd have to do a whole different thing, and that's kind of a lot of work for me as well. But in terms of other genres of story, like fiction and that kind of thing, yeah, I would. I mean, I've honestly, like I said earlier in the stream, I've said earlier in the stream that I've written a lot of my own work, and that's how I started narrating, is I read my own work out loud, as a way of editing, mostly. And a lot of the stuff I've written is not horror. A lot of the stuff I've written is fiction, but it's more... I've written some nonfiction as well, actually. But it's more... I don't really know what genre it is, actually. It kind of varies. But I read a lot for my, when I was in college, and I took a lot of creative writing classes, and I wrote a lot of stories for my creative writing classes, and most of them were not horror. And the ones that were horror, I've kind of put on here already. So yeah. But I would definitely consider narrating other genres. I'm just not really sure how I would approach it in terms of my channel. I think it would be a lot of logistic work that I'm not really prepared for. And I also wouldn't really know what area of the internet to find other stories if I went outside of reading my own. I'm not sure where I would go to find other stories. I'm like kind of comfortable with my like no sleep creepypasta.com creepypasta wiki trifecta of where I'm currently finding my stories. So I don't know. It'd be a lot of logistical things, but yeah, and thank you for the compliment about my voice, by the way. I just saw it as well. You guys are so sweet. Let's see. Oh. God, I'm still fucking catching up on the chat. I'm so sorry. I'm so behind. TJ asked if I could have any dream VA role in an existing cartoon, anime, or production. What would it be? Oh, that's such a good question. There are a lot of cartoons that I like. Like I said, I don't really watch anime. I should, but I don't. There are a lot of like cartoons that I like animated stuff. Oh, like my dream role though. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I would love a lot of the shows that I watch are not animated, I would say, but I have watched a couple animated shows as well. I don't know why, but the two that are coming to mind right now for me, like right off the top of my head, which probably if I gave this question more thought, I would have a better answer. But right off the top of my head, the two animated things that I love the most, and so therefore I would be the most like excited to be on, are Futurama and She-Ra, Princesses of Power. I don't know why those are the two cartoons that are coming to the top of my head right now. But those are it. A lot of the shows and stuff I watch, I feel like are not animated, but those for some reason are the ones that I'm thinking of. And I would love to be on either of those. I don't know what my dream role would be necessarily, but just like if I could just have a character, you know, just in general, honestly, I'd love to have kind of a character like Katra or something, where it's like a villain, but like with a redemption arc or something. I think I would die. The character that I had on the show that I almost did, which was still so early on in development that I keep saying almost, like it would have happened, but it was, I'd auditioned, I'd gotten on, and then it was like the first episode hadn't even been completed, so it wasn't like, oh, you guys almost had that. Like, no. But it was still exciting at the time. And the character that I auditioned for and the one that I got was kind of like a bitchy, a bitchy character, like a bitchy side character who was going to have a redemption arc. So it was kind of similar to that. Like, she was mean. She was mean. My dialogue was terrible. So you guys almost had a real bitchy role for me. Oh my god, mic drop audio. I haven't heard from you in so long. Hi, welcome. Thank you for appreciating my cartoon choices. I'm actually, this is kind of embarrassing to admit, I'm actually cosplaying as Katra in a future Comic-Con event, which, yes, I'm that kind of nerd. So I'm very excited about that, because like I said, I would love to have a role like that, where like a lot of my favorite roles are like villains with redemption arcs, and so I feel like I have a type of character that I just love so much. Or even villains without a redemption arc, you know? I just really like villain characters. They're just so fun to play. Or even particularly like edgy characters. I love, you know, stories like Hotel Perdition where I get to be a demon. It's just so good. My favorite. Not what you expected in a good way, Evan, or or was that like too subpar of an answer? Oh, Tenzin asked what my degree is in. Yeah, my degree is in psychology, actually. That's my major, or that was my major. So I now have my bachelor's in psychology. I know. And I also have 2 minors, in creative writing and in religious studies. So those are my degrees. I don't think minors count as degrees, but those are sort of my areas of interest. So yeah. I don't think many people kind of guess psychology right off the bat, but I love psychology. I'm not going to grad school yet, though, so I can't really do anything with a bachelor's in psychology at the moment, because I am horribly burnt out on school. So I will not be going back to school for the foreseeable future. I mean, I probably will at some point, but not at least in the next year or two, I can assure you I will not be going back to school. So we'll see. Okay, good. Oh God, I have some other cosplayers in the chat. Thank God, because I like it's always a little bit awkward when you're like the only one who's ever cosplayed. I've cosplayed before, but I in the past I've not had enough money to make it as cool as I wanted to. But yeah, I've I've done some before. Yeah. Okay. So TJ, Cornett, I'm gonna guess is the pronunciation on that. Um, Immediately lost the question. Holy shit. Oh, how long was I in school? Oh, and then Tenzin asked, okay, so I mixed these two questions up. Where do I want to go with all that? So I'll answer both. I was in school, well, okay, it's a bit of a, it's a bit of a weird question. Or not a weird question, it's a perfectly normal question, but it's a bit of a weird answer from me. So I went to school, I went to a weird high school, is the short answer. I went to an early college high school. So there was an early college program that I went to where basically how it worked for me, at least. I know there's a lot of different early college programs, they're kind of becoming more popular, I think. So there's a lot of different kinds, but for me, the way it worked was my first 2 years of high school were high school classes, basically 4 years of high school condensed into 2. So I had a lot of different high school classes at the same time. And then my last 2 years of high school were college courses. So I went to college basically in 11th grade when I was, I don't know how it works. And oh gosh, how old was I? 16 is technically when I started going to college. I mean, it was like it was a different program, but technically speaking, I was on a college campus. I didn't live on college campus. I was still with my parents, but I went to school on a college campus. So anyway, yeah. So technically speaking, I was in college for 6 years, because I went to that early college for 2 years of high school, and then I went to a 4-year college right after that. Because a lot of my credits from high school actually didn't transfer over to the 4-year college I went to, which is seems kind of redundant then at that point, but yeah, whatever, I did it got me used to the experience at least, and it was pretty interesting. So yeah, I technically went to college for 6 years instead of the normal 4. And of course I transferred colleges after high school, so I went to 2 colleges also. So that amounts to a lot of creative writing classes, a lot of psychology classes, and then I got to take a lot of random other things that interested me, which was nice. And it also meant I got to study abroad in my last semester as well. And I got to just take whatever classes I want, basically, because I had a lot of my credits by then. So that was cool. And what do I want to do with my psychology, writing, religious studies combination? Also a good question, and one I don't actually know the answer to. That is the question my parents have been asking me for a while. And I really don't know. I think if I were to go into a psychology field, it would probably have something to do with therapy, or I would definitely want to work with people, I think. For a while, I wanted to be a child therapist. I wanted to work with kids because I wanted to have an impact in the early stages of somebody's life, like a positive impact in the early stages of children's lives. And that's still something that I want to do to an extent, although I'm not very good with kids, to be honest. So I'm too awkward around kids, but with practice, I'm sure I could be good. The intentions are there. Yeah, I'm not really sure where I want to go with it. I don't really, at the moment, I'm sort of just sticking with a job that I really like doing, which is still related to my theater job I had before. I'm not really pursuing any super high career at the moment because I'm making enough money to get by and I'm making enough money to save slowly. And really, that's all that matters to me at the moment. And the job that I have is a part-time job that works really, really well with my YouTube schedule because I'm actually I have enough time now to do both and not, I still am running behind a little bit on YouTube, but not nearly as behind as I was when I was in school. So it really, honestly, this combination of things makes me happy at the moment. And eventually I'll probably go to grad school and try to pursue something else. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I am a little bit, like in an existential way, but short term, I'm just sort of trying to do what makes me happy. And yeah. Yeah, thank you for coming, TJ. Seriously, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I feel like every time I say that, you like don't want to sleep even more, but but yeah, no, thank you for coming. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Let's see. I keep having to scroll up to catch up to the chat. Fuzzums asked if I could put another song cover on my other channel. I don't even know how many people know about my other channel, Fuzzums. Yeah, it's been a long time. You know what? The other person I did that channel with, Sky, we're still roommates, actually. So, actually, we really could put some covers on there, but it became really hard to do that with COVID and everything. We got separated. It was really hard to record song covers separated. But actually now we do live together again. We got reunited. Yay! So actually I could go back to doing that, but God, I need to come up with the time. And the confidence. I'm not very confident. Sky's voice is beautiful, of course, but me, I get self-conscious about mine, so we'll see. But you know what? Just for that question, I will let you know right now. I'm trying my best to oblige the singing. Everyone liked my singing so much in Hey There, Eliza, that as a treat for you guys, not only is my original story going to be, an original story, but there is some singing in it. I'm trying to figure out how to put it in right now. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to format that and make it sound really cool, but there will be some singing there, so you can rest assured I'm trying. I'm trying. Yeah, early college, high school is a thing. I tried college, realized I was poor. Honestly, that's a mood. I would not have gotten so far in college if I didn't have I had a scholarship, thankfully. I was lucky enough to get a scholarship, probably because I went to an early college, so they thought I was a smart kid, and little did they know that I was going to go to college and do almost nothing. But I thankfully I had a scholarship because I'm poor as fuck. So, and when Mike drops leaving too, yes. Please hit me up about cosplay stuff. I'm sorry, he probably already left, but you guys are so nice. Let's see. Tomorrow. Oh, TJ, thank you. Yes, go. He's also probably already gone, but where can we hear that singing? Do you mean the singing on my original story? Because that's not out yet. Although my patrons, you guys will be getting it soon. I promise. Not yet because it's not done because I'm running behind as per usual, but in the next few days I'm hoping to have that done. But I need to actually haven't even recorded the singing part yet. That's gonna kind of be a ambiance sort of thing, so I have to figure out how to do that. But you'll hear it soon. But if you're talking about my singing channel, I do have a singing channel. For those of you who don't know, it's very old, so the singing is out of date. Me and my roommate, my college roommate, have done that together, and she's great. I love her. We've done some singing stuff together. But anyway, yeah. So that's I guess I can find the link to that. If you guys want me to. It's a little embarrassing for me because it's such an old channel. I don't even participate in anymore. If you go to, well, I'll find the link for you, but if you go to my channel page and then go to like the subcategory that says channels and scroll down past, Romnex and Somnium and Big Daddy Stone and Dusklight Radio, there is, it's called Songs from the Spirit Realm. So, so embarrassing. There's only 2 covers on there, by the way. Not at all a thing that I like to All right, okay, fine. I'll give you the link for it. Fine. I'm not pinning it though. There you go. There you go. I honestly, like, I need to do a new cover just so that I can like redeem myself for my past. I feel like I've improved since these, but that's okay. All right. Let me see if I can get another question. I feel like I've just been sort of talking, saying random shit for the past however long I've been doing that for. I just want to say thank you again, you guys, for being here. Gotta say that. Oh my god, I'm gonna draw so much attention to myself that I'm not ready for. No, it's fine. Let's see. You know what? I never answered. God, I'm so bad at this. I've never answered the question, like, what my favorite story theme and archetype are. Besides the fact that I said already that I like doing first-person stories, I was gonna say that I like doing stories where, I get to be that villain character. I love stories that are kind of like, not like outright scary, but like kind of creepy. Existential horror is kind of fun. Stories like, what's it called? The Bus Ride on Fallcroft Row, I think is the name of it. And if it is, by the way, I'm so proud of myself for getting that right in the first try. But that one is kind of the genre that I like weird, kind of creepy, kind of otherworldly, but you can still follow the plot, and it's like such a cool kind of story that I like. I do also like Feels Pastas, as I said. Those are also great. So yeah, you guys are so sweet. Just wait until you hear that I've written some songs before. God, this is gonna turn into like a whole thing. Like I said, I took 6 years worth of creative writing classes. So I've written a lot of fiction. I've written a lot of nonfiction. I've written some poetry. I've written some songs. The only thing I haven't really written is like plays. I don't know how to write plays. Even that, I think I took a theater class, but I don't think I wrote a play. But anyway, I've written a bunch of different stuff. So maybe I need to kind of do that too. Saying random shit is essential to streaming. Yes. I know, it just feels like I'm sort of just like stumbling aimless through this interaction, but I'm glad. Listen, you know what? I'm glad to see some names that are here now that were here at the beginning of the stream. I'm glad some people stuck around, who have apparently found this entertaining enough to do that. But see, I knew that was the kind of reaction I was going to get, Fuzzums. No, well, there are a couple, but I need to reveal those at a moment where I can actually see if they're worth revealing. But yeah, I've got a lot of. I'm trying to see, like, I wonder if I have any writing that I haven't like posted anywhere that I could share. Because I don't know. A lot of it, like I said, is not really horror related. A lot of the assignments that I had were more kind of just like general writing assignments. So there's definitely a lot of stories that I've written that I just haven't posted because because they're not relevant to the communities that I'm in. So I don't know if any of them would be like interesting enough to read on the stream, but I almost feel like I need to share something like special. The songs, I don't know. The songs might be going too far. I wish I could sing on stream without worrying too much about copyright. Because if I could, I would. I'm afraid that I would get struck down by the YouTube gods, um, so to speak. Because I do play guitar and sing quite a bit, but yeah, I wouldn't. I used to do that more in my Discord server, but I haven't done that in a while. But yeah, I feel like on YouTube stream, I feel like I would just be. I feel like they would get mad at me. So I don't really remember how copyright works in terms of those kinds of things. But I could do like a little sing along or something. I agree. Nobody. I do think artists and writers and creators really help people. I agree. And you know what? That's why it's still wild to me that I'm one of them, because I've had so many artists and writers and creators help me in the past, and I'm really happy that I get to give back some of that to like 10K of you, I guess. So crazy. So crazy. The natural, it's stumbling aimlessly. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I definitely, if anything can be said about me, if something, anything could be said about me, I'm definitely an expert at stumbling aimlessly for sure. Oh, goodness. I think I have read a poem on my channel before, actually. I think it was a horror one, though. It's like the one horror one that I did. Let's see. Tenzin's encouraging me to just do it. Okay, but I'm genuinely worried about copyright, though. I don't want to anger anybody. Like, what if an artist just is like shoots my channel down out of the out of the atmosphere? No, I'm too worried about the legal ramifications to try to. I'll have to look into it. Let's see. There was another question I was going to ask or answer. Let's see. Some of these I've already answered, actually, so I'm like totally nailing it. I got asked what my favorite book and favorite movie are, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know the answers to those. I don't. Okay, I don't know how to say this in like a. I don't read very much outside of these stories for my channel. I don't. I'm like sort of you know, the like stereotype of the burnt out rich kid, or not rich kid. Was not a rich kid, sorry. Burnt out gifted kid is what I meant. That was sort of me. I read a ton when I was a kid, and then I sort of just lost all motivation for it. So I don't actually read that much. My roommate is much more of a reader than I am. So I don't really have like a favorite book. I haven't really read a book in a long time, besides for school, I guess. So, so I don't know. Oh, you guys are telling me about singing. I don't think covers are as badly. Yeah, no, I would still double check that because I don't know. I don't want to. Even if I got a copyright check, like that would be more okay. But I don't want to be like actually. I don't want to actually get a strike because that would be bad. I could. Well. I only have a handful of those. I don't know if I could actually perform one. I'm trying to think if there are any that I would actually. Here's the thing: you guys are like putting a lot of stock into the fact that like they're good songs. I don't even think. I don't even know if like it was a class I was learning. I was definitely learning how to actually. How to actually write them, so I don't think any of them are performance worthy necessarily, but I could maybe come up with something later. There's only like one or two that I would even be comfortable singing. I don't even know if I could do it now. I'd be worried about like the peaking my mic or something. I'll look into it for you guys, don't worry. I can I can come back to that. Um, I'm mostly worried, to be honest, at this point, I'm mostly worried about peaking my microphone because I don't know how, I haven't like tested recording a song in a long time, especially in this recording space, and I'd be worried that it would sound completely terrible. So I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. At the very least, I can look into doing covers because I do like singing. Honestly, I should do it on my Discord server more often. Um, Burnt out gift, yeah. A burnt out gifted kid is a thing, guys. It's a thing. Uh, I'm not just that did not come from me. Don't credit me to that. Truly, and I wouldn't even say I was that. I was just sort of a perfectionist as a child as well. So I took my academics very seriously. I read a lot. I think one of my favorite book series when I was a kid was Series of Unfortunate Events. I don't know if anyone has either read the books or seen the new TV show that came out on Netflix, which I love, by the way. I think it's a great representation of the books, or at least as I remember them from when I was younger. But yeah, I think that was my favorite book series when I was younger, or at least one of them. Honestly, that I didn't even think about this. I feel like that says a lot about about my tastes even when I was younger. Maybe it was always about horror. Oh no, you guys are okay. I'm only hesitant, like I said, I'm only hesitant because I'm worried it's gonna sound bad. Otherwise, I would. I just I don't know. I also get self-conscious because I'm like, oh, what if it's bad? There are two songs that I feel like I could share at some point, but I'm gonna have to look into how to record those safely. So yeah. I mean, thank you for showing interest. Honestly, it's sweet that you guys actually want to hear them. So, um, yeah, movie and the show. Yeah, honestly, I think it was great. Okay, the movies. See, now I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about the TV show because the movies, I don't think the movies were, to be fair, I don't remember a ton about the movies because I think I blocked them out from my memory, but I did see those as well. And the TV show is amazing. I'm not talking about the movies. Those are a whole different beast. The Netflix TV show, I loved that adaptation of it. Um, I'm trying to remember, who plays Olaf. Oh god, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm gonna hate myself when I figure it out. Somebody help me here. Anyway, the actor for Count Olaf is amazing. Um, oh, goodbye, Saber. Thank you for staying so long. I really appreciate you. And hi, Lady Spookaria. Spookaria, sorry. I knew how to pronounce that. Why'd I read it like that? Spookaria. Spookaria. No, yes. You have to watch the TV show. It's great. Especially if you used to love the books because, I mean, seriously, I thought it was amazing. Oh, you know what? I think it is Neil Patrick Harris, isn't it? I think you're right. Yeah, I think it was Neil Patrick Harris. Yeah. Yeah, he was great. He was awesome. And it's funny, I don't really know that much about Neil Patrick Harris, but I loved that entire adaptation. So good. So good. Welcome back, Ethan Zhang. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lady Spookaria. I knew how to pronounce that. I've heard your name before, obviously. I have no idea why my brain went Spookaria. It's like it's giving Papa's Pizzeria vibes. Spookaria. Oh my god. All right. I'm terrible at pronunciations, guys. I'm sorry. My brain does not compute. I have to go you guys would just absolutely like you guys would absolutely make fun of me if you knew how many words I have to look up the pronunciations for as I'm narrating. At the very least, just to make sure I'm saying them right, but for the most part, it's just because I'm genuinely unsure. Um, so anyway. A great Halloween shop, Spookeria. Yeah, I agree. I agree. We'll all order pizza and it'll be a great time. Um, anyways, let me let me go to another. Okay. So I once again got distracted and favorite. You know what's so funny? I'm such a boring person, you guys. I don't read books, and I don't really watch movies either. I don't know. I am not. I'm terrible at consuming content, I guess. And it's like, what do I even do? What do I even do in my free time? I don't really watch a ton of movies. Favorite movie. Like, there are a lot of movies that I like. I don't know if I could pick a favorite necessarily. Um, I'm just gonna do the thing where I say whatever came first to the top of my head. Out of the movies that I like, I don't know. I really like the Knives Out movie and the sequel, Glass Onion. I really like those movies. I don't know if they're my favorite, but they're up there. So yeah, I guess we'll go with that. If I think of another movie, has anyone? Oh, by the way, has anyone seen Skinamarink, the new horror movie that came out? I mean, it's not crazy new anymore. I'm behind, but it came out, I don't know, like a month ago or something. I don't know. I'm terrible with time. Anyway, I watched that movie and it was really good. I'm actually not caught up on my horror movies either. But you know, I watched Skinamarink and it was crazy. I don't want to like spoil it for anything, but it's for anybody, but it's I don't know. Me and my friend watched it, and we were on edge the entire time. I don't really watch, again, a ton of horror movies, but I took a class actually, uh, 2 summers ago, I think, an English class that ended up being about horror. So I watched a lot of horror movies in that. I say it ended up being about horror as if I didn't know it was about horror when I signed up. It ended up having a lot of horror movies, which I didn't expect. I was expecting more literature because it was an English class, but I guess movies are literature, so joke's on me. So I did end up watching a lot of classic horror movies that I never actually saw, so that was cool. Skinamarink was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. Um, you know, that's fair. Honestly, it's not for everybody, for sure. I feel like it's not. It's a very experimental, or at least this is the vibe I got from it. It was a very experimental genre of film, and yeah, it was very cool. I liked it personally. Honestly, I liked it. It wasn't like my favorite movie, but I definitely enjoyed it. I've also seen Nope, and Nope was very good. My favorite classic horror movie, and I haven't seen a lot, so don't come for me, but out of the movies that I saw in that class that I took, my favorite classic horror movie is The Shining. Really liked The Shining. Honestly, I need to watch it again to be real. But yeah. Favorite genre of film. Oh my god. I'm telling you guys, I don't watch a lot of movies. Either, well, it really depends. I like mysteries. Like I said, I'm very into true crime. I do like horror movies. I like a lot of genres of film. I just don't watch a ton of movies. I don't know. If I'm gonna watch something, I prefer it to be a TV show. I love TV shows. I've seen a ton of TV shows, or at least I feel like there are a ton of TV shows. And I have more knowledge about about TV shows than I do about movies. Oh, Fuzzums, go to sleep. 4:30 in the morning. Damn. It's only 10:30 here, so I will still be up for another few hours. I don't know if I'll be on stream for that long because my voice is going to give out at some point, but go to sleep. Oh no, it's not that I'm it's not that I'm not pleased with your questions, Ethan Zhang. It's not that I'm not pleased with them. It's just fun. I feel ashamed that I'm not able to give you a proper answer. Because it's like, man, what do I even do in my free time? Like, I don't have a favorite anything. I just sort of Feels like I'm just sort of existing. Good night, Fuzzums. But yeah, ever watched Channel Zero? No, actually, I have not. Watch me say I've seen a ton of TV shows, and then every TV show that everyone brings up I've never seen before. I also have a bad habit of rewatching TV shows, so I've seen a lot of TV shows, and then I have rewatched those TV shows. If I really enjoy them, I rewatch TV shows like 3 or 4 different times. So there's a lot of TV shows that I have seen a bunch. Like I was talking about Futurama earlier. I've seen Futurama like, oh, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 times all the way through. Love that show. Favorites are overrated. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. I'll take it. Yeah, I'm a very indecisive person, so it's hard for me to pick a favorite anything, to be honest. Some things maybe, like favorite color. Well, even then I have like 2. Oh no, favorite color's still hard. I take it back. If I had to pick one favorite for a couple things, I could, like food and color and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Breaking Bad, I have seen a little bit of. I haven't seen a lot of Breaking Bad. I know one of my siblings has. I feel like I've heard them talk about it before, but I have actually seen a little bit of Breaking Bad. Same for like Walking Dead. Like I've seen a little bit of that. Like I haven't completed some of those well-known TV shows. Oh, it's every season's based on a classic creepypasta. That's awesome. Actually, so I got Shudder. I got the free trial of Shudder for to watch Skinamarink. So I don't actually have Shudder anymore. I didn't pay for it. I just had a free trial for a little bit. I watched Skinamarink, and then I canceled it. So I'll need to, but that actually sounds really cool. Oh, every season too. I thought I actually read every episode. Every season is cool too. Bad habit. I don't know. It could be a bad habit, I guess. Yeah, that sounds really interesting, to be honest. Maybe indecision is a sign of intelligence. My God, you guys. I appreciate you trying to spin this in my favor. You know what? Maybe. To be honest, for me, it's more just like I immediately pick a favorite, and then my brain is like, oh, but like there's this other good one too, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. I like that one also. And I'm like, oh, and there's also this other good one, and I'm like, yeah, I like that too. Like I don't know. I tend to think that things have like different merits to them. Like different movies and TV shows and stuff, like they're so different. How am I supposed to weigh them against each other? You know. I have a couple favorites of everything that are hard for me to it's hard for me to pick one. Yeah, I know. Maybe I should see more Breaking Bad. I don't remember why I stopped. I don't think I wasn't enjoying it. I just sometimes I stall out. Like sometimes I get really busy in the middle of watching a show and then I just never get back to it. So maybe that was what happened with Breaking Bad. I'm not sure. Oh, bye, Lady Spookaria. Thank you for stopping by. It's so nice to have everybody like popping in and out. It's really sweet that you guys are here. Okay, see, I agree. I think variety is good. I don't know. It's just hard for me to pick one. In terms of you know, different TV shows and stuff. Like, again, I have more favorites in terms of those, but I tend to like things that are like comedy, like shows like Futurama where it's like comedic, but then also they are genuinely emotional as well, and they have you like connect with the character. That's my favorite genre of thing, I think, where it's like comedic, but then, you know, along the way, it makes you connect with the character enough that like when it gets emotional, and it does get emotional, you're like, you know, you find you're emotionally invested in that thing, and it's such a I don't even know like what that genre would be called, but it's such a great type of media for me. I feel that way about podcasts as well, and I feel that way about TV shows, and I think that's why Futurama is one of my favorites. I also really like Psych. I don't know if anyone has seen Psych. That is also one of my favorite TV shows, even though it's a little outdated. Some of the episodes are a little outdated, and as a psychology major, some of those episodes kind of make me mad. But like generally speaking, love Psych. Such a good show. Let's see. That's not indecisiveness, but more like forgetfulness and possibly willfulness. That's fair. I do have quite a bit of forgetfulness as well. So a lot of the things that I do have some forgetfulness in them. What are my thoughts on analog horror? Oh God. I don't know what I don't know what that is. It's the SCPs all over again. I'm not sure what that is. I'm so sorry. Oh, bye Destabilizer. Again, thank you for coming. Let's see. Do I like Steven Universe? You know what? I haven't seen Steven Universe. I don't know why. I've heard good things about it. But I haven't actually seen it. I know. I feel like I should, to be honest, but I have seen Adventure Time, but I haven't seen all of Adventure Time because I didn't know what I didn't know what I could watch it on, like what I don't have cable TV anymore, and I didn't know what like streaming platform I could actually watch Adventure Time on anymore. But when I was in high school, I dressed up as Marceline, the Vampire Queen, for Halloween. So many good rhymes in that sentence there. But yeah, I love I did love Adventure Time for a while there. Honestly, it gives me nostalgia to think about Adventure Time. Yeah, Marceline was like my favorite, and then also when they did the what's it called? Uh God, gender swap. The gender swap, I love Marshall Lee as well. And of course Marceline and Princess Bubblegum. Ugh, so good. Just such a good relationship. I love them. Ooh, oh my God, my phone is dying. Hold on, I gotta grab my charger. I'm watching the stream, or I'm like catching up with a chat on my phone instead of my computer, so my computer can focus on streaming. Let's see. There we go. My phone just gave me a 10% battery warning. Oh my God. I probably should have plugged it in before I even started. There we go. Let's see. Steven Universe. Yeah. No, I've heard really great things about Steven Universe, so I don't know why I haven't seen it, but thank you for reminding me that exists, because I'm actually in between shows right now. I don't really have anything to watch, so but that's another thing where like I don't know where I would watch that. Like what streaming platform is that kind of thing on? I don't even know. Oh, sorry. Analog horror slowly transitioning into digital horror. Like, I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm like not so digital horror, you mean with like, because I've read some stories on my channel like about AIs and that kind of thing. Is that what we're talking about? Analog horror? Because I've read some of those before here, like Beta Test, the story I was talking about earlier, is sort of about that. And then I also think I read one, I feel like I read a story like that pretty recently too. Let's see. Oh, Chatterbox. Yeah, chatterbox.exe. You use this app that has everything. That sounds so ominous. Is it like a... Now be honest with me, Evan Diaz. Is it a pirating thing? Is it a pirating thing? Okay. Um, okay, so there's okay. So yeah, I feel like I'm clearly not understanding what analog horror actually is. Okay, you told me. Great. A genre of horror in which basically it's played like a VHS tape. Oh, like found footage. Oh, like Blair Witch style sort of situation. Because I've seen Blair Witch actually. I have seen that. In which case, I do enjoy that. Yes. I do like stories that I read on my channel where it's like emails or letters or like methods of communication, but you know, of course, that translates uh, differently, narration versus, you know, movies and stuff like that. Okay. All right. See, I knew it was a pirating thing. I knew it was a pirating thing. Listen, I'm not a snitch, okay? I'm not a snitch. I got it. My dad is pretty funny about that too, because he's great with technology, so he likes to, and I'm always like, well, all right, you know, as long as I'm not the one doing it. Um, okay, Blair Witch is analog, great, nailed it. I'm on the same page now, you guys. Sorry if that was kind of excruciating to people who know what analog horror is, and I just was sitting here not understanding. Oh yeah, a doppelganger. Oh, God. I don't even know what I would do if I saw a doppelganger. Honestly, I'm like, I've seen those before. Those horror videos, like those short horror videos, where it's like, you know, if you see your doppelganger, like run and hide immediately. It's like a apocalypse situation. I don't even know what I would do in that case. It'd be horrifying for sure. There can only be one. I don't. Yeah, there could only be one, and it wouldn't be me. I would not win that fight, to be honest with you. Oh, trying not to make things too descriptive. You know, that's fair. I think I simultaneously struggle with not making things too descriptive and also giving it enough description at the same time. At the same time, if that makes any sense. Sorry, excuse me. Um, I don't know. I feel like I'm too long-winded. I'm a very long-winded person. I was making fun of myself about this earlier on my Discord. I'm a very long-winded person. I think that's why talking suits me in my profession. You know, YouTube, of course, is all talking for the narration thing. That's why I've been able to talk to myself now for about 3 hours, and obviously I've been talking to you guys, but you know, effectively to myself. Um, and my other job is customer service, so I talk a lot there too. And yeah, I'm a very long-winded person when I speak, and I'm also quite a long-winded person when I write. But I also have a talent of using a lot of words to convey not a lot of information. So I'm once too descriptive and not descriptive enough, unfortunately. So that's that's unfortunate. Oh, hi Spencer. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I was talking about the audiobook earlier as well. I feel like I feel like if Lucy clips were taken out of context, it would be really interesting. You're probably right. I don't even know what clip you're talking about in that specific scenario, but you're probably right. I'm sure I say some wild shit. I don't really think about what I'm gonna say so before I say it. So that's an essential skill for college essays. Yes. Yes, it is. I know. And that's how I powered through English, like for real. I hated writing essays. I still hate writing essays. I hate college essays in general, but I took a lot of English classes. Why? Because I hate myself. And and I wrote a lot of essays that required a lot of research, and I got very, very good at just completely bullshitting them entirely. And I somehow got good grades, even though I thought I was just saying nothing, which I think is true. But yeah, yeah, I do have a Discord server. I can post the. I've been posting a lot of like random links, but I can post the link to that if you want it. I will say it's kind of. I'm not on it a ton, because I'm really bad at keeping up with social media, Discord included. But yeah. Hold on. Sorry. Let me figure out how to figure out how to do this. Here we go. Hopefully that link actually works. Please, someone let me know if you're able to. Why? Because I hate myself. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, that one in itself is a pretty good quote. I admit that. You know, short and sweet and true. I'm mostly kidding, you guys. AI generated essays. Yeah, I've heard of that. It's kind of a shame that started becoming a thing right when I left college, because I could have used that in my years there. I'm like just now hearing about it. I graduated in May God, almost a year ago. So I'm kind of annoyed. No, I kind of think in terms of AI, and I could be wrong, honestly, but I think in terms of AI, I don't think... I think it could become a close replacement to what humans, like the human touch or whatever, like what we do, the personal touch that we put in our creations, but I don't think it could ever fully replace it, to be honest, so, I don't know, but I guess it could get pretty close. Oh, come on, I'm not that old. I'm usually the youngest one in whatever group I'm hanging out with, but I'm only 22, you guys. And I started this YouTube channel when I was 18. So so that was yeah, that was interesting. Graduated in May of 2011. Well, you know, there you go. No, I have, no, actually, like, okay, so, a little bit embarrassing to admit. I'm recording currently, as I record all my other YouTube videos, in my closet, in my bedroom closet. So I'm currently sitting in my closet, and right above me is my graduation cap and gown. So I never went to my college graduation because I was out of the country studying abroad still. So I never got any like grad pics. God, that was a cringy ass phrase. Graduation pictures or anything like that. So yeah, I still need to work on that. No, more like 5 years. Ethan Zhang. I started in July of 2018, so in 2 or 3 months will be my 5-year anniversary on YouTube, so I have to do something special for that too. I don't even know what I would do. Will Lucy come out of the closet soon? Yes. Yes. I mean, listen, guys, I am LGBT, so like, yes, I could. I've already come out of the closet several times, but I don't, I don't talk about it a lot. But, let's see. I need to actually put up some like foam or something. Currently, because it's my closet, my soundproofing is like my clothes. So got a lot of clothes surrounding this microphone now, but I need to actually like make it into an actual recording studio. Oh my god, not the pride flags, you guys. Oh, in June I have to post something about it for real. Also, hi Dexter. Yes! Wow, Ethan Zing, you're answering my questions for me. Yes, I did study abroad in England. Yes. Yeah, it was really fun. It was really fun. I mean, listen, I was kind of in a bad headspace mentally at the time, but besides that, I mean, it was genuinely a great time because I was so far out of my comfort zone. It's kind of crazy. I never traveled outside of the United States before, so, yeah. And the only reason I was able to do it was because of my scholarship, so. Yeah, you do know me too well. Apparently, yes, you do. Um, yeah, that's part of the reason I disappeared for another 9 months back last year. So, sorry about that. But um, usually around it was around like the two times I've disappeared, it's been around December. So I powered through December and I'm still here. So, not pulling that move this year, apparently. Um, but yeah, I studied abroad in England. I visited a couple other countries while I was there, which was great. I miss it, to be honest. I especially miss the transportation because I don't have a car here and where I live, and also just the United States in general. Not a very walkable city or place at all. So I miss being able to just like take a train to go to a new city and like do a bunch of stuff and then come back. Like doing day trips is something I miss so much. Because I unfortunately just don't have a car or a way to transport myself. And I miss that. so yeah, but yeah, studying abroad was great. It was a cool experience. I don't regret it. Oh, I'm glad that Discord link works. So glad that Discord thing works. Oh my goodness. I feel like I haven't answered a real question in forever. I feel like I've just been sort of talking to the chat. Yeah, cars are a little bit important. Yeah. I agree. I do wish we had more, or just like any public transport really. Like I take buses around here, but they're not really accessible, all around, Thankfully, I mean, I got lucky. I live in a great area, so I do have some places that I can walk to. But generally speaking, though, it's not like I can go to a different city or anything. I can travel around in my basic area, and that's pretty much it. I really really miss not needing a car because I don't have a car. I've never had a car. I don't have a driver's license. I'm 22. I don't plan on getting a driver's license anytime soon, to be honest. Because as much as I sort of need one, I mean, my roommate has a car and she drives me where I need to go, and then that's pretty much it. So, but yeah, I don't. And also, I have a ton of anxiety around driving, so I can't. I'm not past that roadblock yet. No pun intended. Welcome, Alex. Yeah, I didn't have a bus. I didn't have a bus system where my parents lived, so I couldn't do that. Actually, it was horribly depressing during COVID when I lived with them because I couldn't get anywhere at all. So I wish there were more buses. But thankfully, where I live, now has a couple buses, and I don't take them very far, to be fair. But I can, it's an option, sort of. So. Major anxiety behind the wheel. Yes. I did do driver's ed. Like I did driver's ed in high school. But I just it's so much anxiety. And also, I did driver's ed. I think I was pretty good at driver's ed. I passed. I got my permit. But getting the hours was hard. Because the only one there to teach me was my mom, and she was really anxious too. So we fed into each other's anxiety, and it didn't work out very well. So also, I can't afford a car anyway, so there's not really a point in me getting a license until I can actually get myself a car. So I do need to do that too. Oh, they wouldn't let you take it? That's so sad. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. I hate all this is part of the reason why I'm anxious. I hate all those regulations, but mainly the thing that makes me anxious is not my driving per se, but like other drivers. The drivers in my city are notoriously bad. And the drivers where my parents live are even worse. So yeah, I don't. Actually, yeah, my mom and my dad live in completely different places, and both of those cities have notoriously bad drivers, actually, both of them, so Yeah, every place that I could drive has bad drivers, and my roommate's an amazing driver, so it's like I trust her more than I trust me and other people. So that works out. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Yes, I don't live in a college town. I live near a college town because I'm still near sort of where I went to college. So, yes, a lot of bad drivers here. But also, I think my whole state doesn't have very good drivers. So, and then of course, as I said earlier, I'm from Texas, and in Texas there are not any good drivers either. I lived near a big city in Texas, and whew, yeah, the drivers there, not good. Not good. Granted, I never had to drive in Texas, thankfully, because I didn't learn to drive there, but holy shit. Seeing my parents drive there gave me enough anxiety for everybody else. Yeah, right? Like, I need to get a car first anyway, so, whatever. You thought I changed my voice for narration? Do I sound the same? I don't know what that means. I feel like I do change my voice for narration, but not like a ton. I don't know. I don't know how similar I sound when I'm just talking versus narrating. But oh, I believe you, Spencer. God, I really have to work on they hide. Yeah, I'm working on it. Let's see. Yeah, Pixel. So yeah, horror games. Oof. Horror games stress me out. I'm so sorry, I just bumped the table there. I hope that wasn't a terrible audio experience. Um, yeah, horror games stress me out for sure. Um, Mostly the anticipation of it. And this is why I liked Skinamarink and also hated it at the same time. The anticipation of horror games is what gets me. I'm on the edge of my seat all the time. Oh my god. Yeah, the audio is you're right. The audio is horrible. The music is what really makes a lot of horror movies, I think. Which is why I like the immersive experience of these kinds of creepypastas because I think it really adds to it. Oh, good night, nobody. Sorry, I almost missed that. Thank you for staying here for so long. Dexter, that is a good question. What direction do I anticipate taking my channel in the latter half of 2023 and beyond? Actually, I got a similar question from Evan Diaz, which is like, what is my next channel goal? So I'll answer both of those. Um, but it's funny because I don't entirely have one. Um, yeah. What direction do I anticipate taking my channel in? I mean, honestly, I kind of intend to just keep doing what I'm doing. Um, the thing is, I don't have a lot of time to do anything else. Um, you know, I have some time to work on some projects and to be in collabs and that kind of stuff, but yeah, the one story a week is already sometimes a lot for me, and I love doing it, but I'm just I feel like I'm just busy all the time. But yeah, like what direction I'm taking my channel in, it's probably gonna be about the same, like generally speaking, but I would like to return to doing more special stuff like this, if I'm able to, because I do love these kinds of things where I get to interact with you guys. Um, it really adds to the experience and reminds me part of the reason why I'm doing this, and it's very rewarding for me, so I really want to do that more. Um, but yeah, in terms of like my next channel goal and stuff like that, um, I don't know. It feels weird to think that there's a next step after this, if that makes sense. Like I was anticipating 10K for so long, and now it's like now I have to have another goal. Um, you know, I guess I guess I'm just hoping that I can, reach the next step. And I guess the next step would be, I don't know, like 15K, 20K, um, just sort of doubling it up. But I'm really happy with how far I've come and what opportunities I've gotten. And Spencer, you know, like I know Spencer was here. I don't know if he's still here, but is one of them with you know the announcement that I made earlier, which I can make again because I don't know how many people heard that the first time. Um, but yeah, yeah, like I've just gotten, and then TJ, of course. So like the both projects I've announced the past few days, I've just sort of gotten so lucky to have people who have offered those to me and who have gotten me that that chance to be able to do that. Yeah, Spencer is still here. Yeah. Um, I don't know. I hope I can get more of those by just doing what I'm doing right now. Just people who hear my voice and recognize the quality that they want, recognize a quality that they want in their project or whatever, and they offer me a role in it. And um, that's sort of been the situation right now. And I would love to, as I said earlier, take it professionally to do, other voice acting stuff and shows and that kind of thing. Like that's honestly a huge, I don't know if that would be like a career opportunity for me, but that's a huge dream of mine, is to be in some kind of show or keep doing audiobooks or I don't know, like, um, yeah, I honestly just want to, keep going on this trajectory and see how far it takes me, I guess. It was sort of my plan from the beginning. Um, Sorry, I could feel myself starting to get a tickle in my throat, so I had to drink some water before I died. um, yeah, that was sort of my plan from the beginning, is just to start and see where it went. And I've already gone farther than I thought, so I guess we'll see how much farther I can go. Um, so yeah. My life goals were usurped by marriage and children. Oh God, that's not going to be me. I'm so sorry. Um, no, I mean, I'm sure that's great. But you know, you know, probably won't happen to me. Oh, Spencer, you've given me so many opportunities already. But honestly, I love to. I'm just so excited that I'm able to be involved with so many cool people. Oh, Skinamarink is a perfect example of analog horror. Great. Okay, I should have thought of that first, to be honest. Oh, thank you, Alex. Sorry, I'm still catching up on the chat, obviously. Um, yeah, I guess my voice is kind of similar in that respect then. Yeah, I don't know how I would change it. So, uh, let's see. I feel like having a family would be nice for me. Okay, listen, Midnight, I mean it though. I said I was LGBT earlier, I meant it. I'm asexual aromantic, so I think that's pretty far out of my at least children would be pretty far out of my realm of possibility, I think. Let's see. Am I going to be looking for collaborators in the coming year? I mean, yeah. Like, you mean collaborators like doing collabs on my channel or something? Because yeah, of course I'm always looking for those. I mean, kind of said this earlier. I'm actually really bad at hosting collabs. Um, I'm quite bad at it because I tend to kind of pick my stories a little bit last minute, and I always forget. Like even when I am ahead of schedule, I always forget to ask, and then it's like a couple days before, and I'm working on it, and I'm like, oh, I should have asked this person to be in the story with me, and I forgot. So I'm kind of bad at hosting them. But yeah, I would love to host more. I know when I was doing the Megan Meehan series, I had collabs like in almost every video. It was so nice. I need to do more of that. I just need to plan more in advance, honestly. Yeah, people dropping in for voice work. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I need to just plan more in advance, and I'm bad at that, to be honest. um, Searching for stories can be hard for me sometimes. It depends on what my wonderful websites have to offer me, but sometimes none of the stories are really like my cup of tea. It also takes a while to look for them sometimes, um, so I don't know. We all got things we say we won't do, but then end up doing. Okay, well, yeah, yeah. I listen. I have fallen victim to that mentality, but oh no, Midnight, you didn't offend me. Don't worry. Don't worry. No, I just that's just not really what I'm going for, but don't worry, my plans get usurped, whatever, by other things. Mainly just my own me, mostly. I usurp my plans plenty for myself. I don't even need other people to do it for me. So, yeah, I agree. Collabs are just a peak element of of getting my channel. Yeah, well, and that's it's like I said with the Dark Somnium, like that with those without those collabs, I wouldn't be where I am today. But yeah, having people on my channel is always pretty fun. I just don't. I don't plan for it. I don't plan for it. I end up messaging people and I'm like, hey, can you give me lines like tomorrow? And they're like, no. Like, that's fair. So hard to ask you. Um, oh, Alex, that's so sweet. Thank you. Who's your first fave? Who's beating me? But thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, I'm honored to even be a second favorite because there's so many talented narrators out there that I feel like it's and again, like I said, I have a hard time picking favorites, so I feel like it'd be hard for me to choose. Um, yeah, collaborations are great, and yes, the Dark Somnium is such a huge help. Oh goodness. Yeah, I need to yeah, I'm actually doing a couple more collabs with other people's channels that I need to sort out. Because I'm so bad at delivering lines sometimes. Um but first I need to finish the audiobook stuff because that's definitely that's definitely that's definitely important and the deadline on that is pretty soon, I think. Ooh. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Post the poem here. Oh, I can read it even. Yeah, well, post it here and I can read it because I don't have it. I'm looking on my phone, so. Actually, won't let you post it here. Is it too big? I don't know how long they let YouTube comments be on stream chat. I don't know how that works. But Alex, you're okay. You're okay. I'm 100% joking. I'm genuinely honored to be a second favorite. That's amazing. It's mind blowing that I can even make it to people's top 3, to be honest. But it really does mean so much to me. Oh, Vidith. Honestly, Vidith is great. You know what? Vidith is great. And I need to work more with Vidith, although I've had Vidith on my channel before. I think only once, though. I need to work with Vidith more. I was on his channel before, too, but, yeah. Oh, I knew it'd be too long. Okay, I can go look on my Discord, then. Um, oh, Animus, yeah. Love Animus narrations. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Um, yeah, and Lighthouse Horror. Yeah, okay, so you got a good list because Lighthouse Horror and obviously Dark Somnium are great too. Am I beating Dark Somnium? I actually didn't expect that. Holy shit. Take that, Ronnie. Oh, Dexter. Yeah, of course. I'm happy to help out, of course. Um, yes, Poppies and Daffodils. Yes, yes, yes. Vidith was on that. Dark Somnium was on that. Peak collab moment for me, to be honest. And there was one more person too, if I'm not mistaken. Now I'm gonna feel bad forgetting who it is. No, it's oh, Dodge the Grave. Oh, and As the Raven Dreams. Well, there's two more people. As the Raven Dreams and Dodge the Grave. Oh, so many cool people on that collab. That was my peak, like I said, peak collab moment for me. That was a crazy time where I could get that many cool people on there. I've had some other great collabs though. Like I know Dexter, you've been on my channel before. Having the Dark Somnium's always amazing. I've had Romnex, obviously, Distant Light. Let me think. Dusklight Radio, of course. Big Daddy Stone, of course. What other cool people have I had? I know I've had so many cool people on my channel. Let me think. I know Red Nova Tyrant's been on there. Ponytails Up. Oh goodness. Musie's Modern Dreadfuls. Oh, I've had Swamp Dweller on before. I have had Swamp Dweller on before. That was cool too. That was really cool, actually. I haven't really contacted Swamp Dweller too much since then, and honestly I should. Yeah, just so many cool narrators that I've had able to help me. It's been great. I think my first I'm trying to think about what my first collab would have been on on my channel. I think No Time Creepy probably. But no, I don't even know if his channel's still active, so yeah, Dodge is great. Oh, Romnex beat out Lighthouse, yeah. Romnex is amazing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Red Light was amazing, yeah. Oh, thank you, Dark Cosmos. I was just talking about collabs that I was gonna be doing. Okay, so let me grace you all with this wonderful poem that I was written for 10K. So I will be doing a poetry reading after all, but it's not mine. So let's see. Sorry, let me get in the zone, guys. I haven't been narrating all day. Let's see. All right, are you guys ready for this? The spirit voices are heard. The queen speaks. Her voice is that of a songbird. 10,000 stand allured, standing upon the peak. The spirit voices are heard. No longer is she unheard, soaring above the seas of self-critique. Her voice is that of a songbird. Even a single word renders other voices bleak. The spirit voices are heard. It is more than absurd to consider her voice meek. Her voice is that of a songbird. 10,000 stand alert. We stand on the peak. The spirit voices are heard. Her voice is that of a songbird. So good. So good. So cute, by the way. Thank you so much, Ethan Zhang. That was so great. Oh, bye Pixel Productions. Texas Gang Forever. Yeehaw! Anyway. Romnex beat out Lighthouse Horror, Tenzin. But yeah, no, isn't it beautiful? It's such a good poem. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Had to give it the snaps, you know. Uh, so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much for being here. I know I said that a million times now, but it's been really fun. I know I had some anxiety about this, but I really do appreciate all of you sticking around. And I've kind of like stopped answering questions. I've like been terrible about that. But but I appreciate, you know, just like chatting with you guys has been very fun. Let me look and see if there are any other questions that I should answer before, you know, before I sort of give up on it. Let's see. I've answered most of these. I haven't answered the one about a dream collab, but I don't even know what my answer would be to that, like what my dream collab would be. I feel like I've already gotten a lot of cool dream collabs. So I don't even know. I don't even know what I would, like who I would most want to work with. Like the Dark Somnium is already like my one of my favorite people to work with. And I've worked with Dr. Creepin. Like I said before, I worked with Swamp Dweller. And let's see. I've worked with so many, and I've worked with Vidith. Thank you, Dark Cosmos. Yes, I'm so excited. That's so cool. Great. Okay, yeah, because I was just saying I've worked with Vidith before, and Vidith, I do need to work with him more, to be honest. Let's see. I don't know, I've just worked with so many cool people, I guess is what I'm saying, and I don't even know if there are too many that I haven't worked with in some capacity that I would... Yeah, I don't really know if I have too much. Like, besides working more with the people I've already worked with which I don't think counts. Although I don't know if I've worked with Lighthouse Horror, though. Oh, you know what? Honestly, a dream collab, I will say, okay, I do have one. I said this toward the beginning of the stream, but I used to listen to a lot of true horror stories, and the most prominent narrator that I listened to was Darkness Prevails. And I've never worked with Darkness Prevails, but I listened to him so much when I was younger. It only feels right. If I were able to work with Darkness Prevails, that would be so cool. Like if I could read one of the true horror stories on Darkness Prevails channel, I would be. I would feel more complete for sure. Yeah. So that would be a dream collab of mine, actually. I mean, having Darkness Prevails on my channel would also be cool. I just feel like that's less likely to happen. But I haven't read a true horror story before, like that. So I think it'd be cool if I could just do something with Darkness Prevails, you know. Yay! People are making connections in my stream chat. I'm slowly losing losing some viewers here. I've been going on 4 hours now, so I probably do need to, unfortunately, go to bed at some point. But I'll probably stay till the end of the hour, though. That'll be midnight for me, so. Unfortunately, I do have work tomorrow, so I do have to go to bed at some point. But I'm an insomniac. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a night owl, if you will. So I usually stay up hella late, regardless. So the thing is, I need to like get in bed relatively early so that I can start my like 4-hour wind down process of like, you know, of actually going to sleep. Do you guys have that too, or? Yeah. Well, no, Spencer, you were here for a good part of it. I honestly, I was, Yeah, I was on for quite. I've been here since 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, and now it's 11:15. So I've been here a while, but like I said, it's been really really nice to chat with everybody too. Sleep is for the weak. I agree. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I'm usually awake until at least 2 p.m. or not 2 p.m. Sorry, 2 a.m. But I do like to wake up more around 10 or 11, so that's about the time I have to like go to bed, because if I wake up past noon these days, I just kind of feel depressed. Like, oh, my entire day is gone. Like, I can't even start working, you know? I have to wake up when it's still somewhat in the AMs at least. You know what I mean? Or else, I don't know, I feel like I've wasted so much time, and then it's like, by the time I get started, actually, and it takes me a while to wake up as well, because restful sleep, I've never heard of that. So if I wake up at, like, for example, like 2 p.m., God, I'm switching up my AMs and PMs. What the fuck is wrong with me? If I wake up at like 1 or 2 p.m. and then I get up at like 3 or 4 p.m., it's like, well, I guess my day is over already. Like, I don't know. It's so depressing. To me, anyways. You love sleeping at 2 p.m. Okay, well, to each their own. To each their own. The thing is, I also don't take naps. I can't really take naps. My brain won't let me. So that's the other thing is, sleeping at 2 p.m. would be fine if it were a nap, but I don't have those, so. It is not weird at all to go to sleep with creepypasta narrations. No. No, actually, so I don't go to sleep with creepypasta narrations, but I go to sleep with a bunch of other things. Yeah, I mean, you're talking to the right audience here, Alex, because like, we're all creepypasta people. No, I've gone to sleep to some creepypasta narrations. I go to sleep to podcasts, sometimes true crime podcasts, sometimes comedy podcasts. I go to sleep to music sometimes, although music is a little hard for me because I end up wanting to sing, or like, I'm incapable personally of not moving when I hear music. So I always like, bob my head or like, shift around, or like when I'm in public, I probably look crazy. I like tap with the drums or whatever. So, music can be a little difficult because I do kind of want to like do all that, but there's a band that I've been listening to go to sleep recently, and I definitely listen to podcasts. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of Welcome to Night Vale, but that's one of my favorite podcasts, and I highly recommend. I've listened to that to sleep before, so let's see. Sleep at 11, get up at 6. Wow. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. If I wake up before 9 a.m., I'm like dead to the world. I can't do it. I actually woke up at, when did I wake up today? I think I woke up at 9 or 9:30 today, and I was so tired. Like, so tired. Oh, it was 9. It was about 9. I had to get up to go to breakfast with my grandparents. I was so exhausted. Yeah, there are. Yeah, and it's funny because my creepypasta channel, I feel like, isn't particularly designed to go to sleep to, because I have a like immersive narration. I hope my sound effects don't like scare people, but yeah, people tell me all the time that they fall asleep to my narrations, and they're like, I hope that doesn't offend you. And it's like, no, that's fine with me. Thank you. I've fallen asleep to my own narration sometimes. I get it. It's not that I think it's boring. It's just, that's how it goes sometimes. I've fallen asleep to a lot of narrations before. Ooh, fell asleep at 9 yesterday. Wow. How does it feel to have like well, I was going to say, how does it feel to have a normal sleep schedule, but waking up at 3 a.m. is not great. That's not great. What do you even do at that point? Did you go back to sleep, or did you just Did you just... I mean, by that point, your sleep schedule is kind of past the point of no return, isn't it? You got to kind of shift it over. Oh my god. Sorry. Um, Bedtime stories or supernatural. I'm assuming those are podcasts, Alex? Am I right? When I read supernatural, I thought you meant the TV show, but I'm assuming based on your parentheses, uh, I'm assuming it's a different it's a different thing. um, no, I haven't though. No, my favorite podcasts have to be Welcome to Night Vale, and then also, if anyone knows the McElroy brothers, I adore My Brother, and Me. If you haven't heard those, I mean, if you like comedy, that's what My Brother, and Me is. Welcome to Night Vale is more like sort of what we do here. I would love to be in a project like Welcome to Night Vale. It's sort of like just weird and kind of, you know, creepy and otherworldly, and it's like a radio. It's, you know, the format of it is a radio show, and I'm doing a terrible job explaining it, but it's such a good podcast. It's so good. I saw them live. That's like my biggest flex. As I saw them live. Oh, oh, having can you imagine having breakfast at like 4 a.m.? No. No. Oh, that's like a nightmare scenario. No one should be awake at 4 a.m. No one. No one. That's my thought. 4 or 5. I feel like 4 or 5 a.m. No. No one should be awake. Absolutely not. And definitely not eating. Much too early. Much too early. It's either too late or too early, depending on if you stay up or wake up. You know? No. No. Terrible hours. Terrible hours. Let's see. Kind of creepy podcast. Okay, yeah, I figured they were podcasts. Yeah, no, I honestly, I don't listen to a ton of podcasts either, but, Bedtime Stories actually sounds familiar, though. I feel like I might have heard of that, at least. Have not heard of Supernatural. The podcast. Oh, true stories, though. Oh, that's cool, because I've listened to true crime podcasts before, so it might be similar. See, that's what I used to like when I listened to horror narrations. Have I read any Marvel or DC comics? Not a ton, I will admit. My friend, one of my good friends, you know, in my hometown, is obsessed with comics, just completely obsessed with comics, and he has a ton of comics. So he has gotten me to read a couple, just, you know, by association, and you know, I support him. So I've read a couple comics from him. I have seen a lot of Marvel movies, not as much DC, but I've seen most, if not all of the Marvel. Well, probably not all, but I've seen most of the Marvel movies. And yeah, I will say, so I actually own one comic, a grand total of one comic. And it is, oh god, I can't remember exactly what the title is, but it is a John Constantine comic. I love John Constantine. I really, really do. So I do have a John Constantine comic. I don't remember which one, but it's in my room somewhere. It's the only comic I've ever bought for myself. So yeah. Oh my god, wake up at 2 a.m. and eat beans? That's so cursed. That is so cursed. Oh, Ethan saying stop. That's sweet. No, waking up at 2 a.m. to eat is awful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't condone this kind of behavior. That's terrible. I actually, would you believe me if I said I don't actually know what beans taste like? I can't confirm that I've never tried them before, but if I have, it was like when I was a kid. I don't actually know how beans taste. Is that weird? I don't know. If I were to have a midnight... The thing is, I've had dinner at midnight before. My work sometimes goes really late, so sometimes I don't get home until like midnight or 12:30 or something like that. So, um, okay, the chat's caught up to me. You guys are judging me. Yeah, I don't know if I have tried. Here's the thing, you guys. I have a weird food thing. Where well, I mean, it has a name to it, but like basically the summary is that I'm weird about trying new foods. There are a lot of foods I haven't tried, so you can't. Yeah, you can't. I don't like. I don't think I would like beans. They don't look good to me. They give me a lot. Trying new foods gives me a lot of anxiety, especially when it looks like something that I wouldn't enjoy. Beans don't look good to me. Refried beans, never in a million years. Never in a million years. The texture alone looks terrible to me. And listen, I'm not saying this to be insulting. I'm not saying this to be insulting. I realize that people enjoy beans. I realize it's a very, prominent cultural thing too, in a sense. So listen, I get it. People like beans. It just doesn't seem like something that I would like. So I haven't tried it before. So, yeah, I was in England. Yes. There were a lot of beans there. I somehow avoided it. Yeah, picky. It's like picky, but like the expansion pack. Yes. Yes. Pretty much. It's picky. It's being picky, but also just genuinely having a mental block against trying things. There's a name for it, but I won't get into it. Especially because like I don't know. It's complicated. It's complicated. I have a complicated relationship with food, but yeah, I haven't. There's a lot of things I haven't tried. Actually, my brother made me try pineapple just a couple months ago. I think it was in August. So like, I don't know how I remember that. Like 6 months ago, I guess. I just tried pineapple. The Picky Eater DLC. Oh no. If I ever... Well, here's the thing, is I probably won't ever do a face reveal, so I won't have to worry about that. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't think a face reveal is ever in the cards for me, unfortunately. Eating beans for the first time. Oh god. Absolutely not. No, I can't do things like that. I can't do things like that. Oh no. Pineapple I only tried pineapple because it actually looked appealing, and I do like other kinds of fruits, so even that though gave me some anxiety. There were a lot of beans in England though. I'll give you that one. I will give you that. It was weird. I mean, it wasn't weird. I shouldn't be mean about it, but you know, I'm more of because that was like a breakfast thing too. I was like, actually, it was kind of an all meal kind of thing, but I don't know. I saw it in a lot of breakfast cafes and stuff, and I was like, when I was in England, I didn't find a single chocolate chip, like a normal chocolate chip pancake. Ugh, a travesty. A travesty. Those are my favorite, by the way. Chocolate chip pancakes. Also chicken and waffles. Didn't find that either. A little less. Actually, no, I think I did find it somewhere, but less common, though. Less common than in America, at least. But seriously, not a single chocolate chip pancake. It was terrible. I thought the pineapple was okay. It was a little too acidic for me. I don't know. I'm more of I like, in terms of fruits, I like berries better. So citrus isn't entirely my thing, but it was okay though. Like, I would eat it again, but it's not my favorite. It wasn't my favorite. TBH, the English do beans weird though. Listen, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I've never had beans, so what am I supposed to say? Yeah. Sorry. Yes, about the face reveal. Yes. Honestly, to be completely real with you guys, and I've said this before in other contexts, but I'll say it again. In terms of face reveals, I am very hesitant to do that sort of thing, mainly because of I'm trying to figure out the way to word that. I'm a very paranoid person, um, and that is the thing I like about voice acting is that my face is not involved. It's just my voice, and I don't really want people finding me in my day-to-day life. Whether that means, I mean, like, it would kind of be cool to meet, like, fans and stuff, and maybe there's a way I would be able to do that someday with, like, a mask or something like that, but I don't know, just in my day-to-day life, I don't really want people who know me from YouTube to, like, see me and find me, and I'm a very paranoid person. I don't want anyone, like, stalking me or anything like that, and I'm not saying that any of my subscribers would go to such lengths, but there are people out there who definitely would. So, I mean, if you guys didn't know, you know, Lucy isn't even my real name for that reason. Like, I'm very careful about how I portray myself, and you know, I like being honest with you guys. Like, I don't want to hide too much, but when it comes to where I live and what, you know, what my name is and what I look like, that kind of stuff, I have to keep private for my own safety. Because even without the internet being what it is, I've had bad experiences with, you know, breaches of privacy and that kind of stuff. And I don't know, it's just not something that I want to deal with. And I don't know how popular my channel is going to get. This is already more popular than I thought it was going to get. If it gets any more popular than this, I would be afraid of that kind of eventuality being more, you know, being more likely to happen. So yeah, that's my opinion on a face reveal. So that's what I'm saying. I probably will never do one. And in fact, the more popular I get, the less likely I would be to do one. Even though it would be really cool to meet fans and stuff, not everybody has good intentions. Unfortunately, especially for someone like me who, you know, is pretty vulnerable to stuff like that. So, unfortunately, the bad people kind of ruined it for everybody. So, sorry about that. Yeah, okay. So I'm glad you guys know where I'm coming from with that because yeah, yeah, Lucy is not my name. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to burst you guys' bubble. No, Lucy is not my name. Lucy K is a moniker for me, or a pen name, or however you want to think of it. But the name Lucy does have a connection to me. It's actually my favorite childhood character was Lucy. I don't remember her last name. Lucy from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That was one of my favorite characters as a kid, and I named my first pet a black cat. When I was 5, I named my first pet after her. So her name was Lucy, and I don't know, it's just a name I've always really liked, and so I guess that's the name that I went with. So Lucy does have the name Lucy has a connection to me, but and it definitely has a connection to me now, but no, it's not my real name. Sorry to break the illusion. And listen, it's like, it feels like a real identity here, to be fair. I've had that name with you guys for 5 years. Lucy, is definitely just like another part of me now. So in a way, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've kind of adopted it as one of my names, but no. But yeah, anyway, that's my opinion on the face reveal thing. I'm sorry if it, you know, if that got a little dark there for a second. But yeah, unfortunately, the way of the world being what it is, a face reveal, a name reveal, that kind of thing probably is not in the cards. A lot of narrators who are really close to me, like a lot of people I work really closely with, don't even know who I am, really. I would love to make it a thing where, like, if we do, like, a convention or something, like, if I could just figure out how to conceal my face and be able to still speak at the same time, um, that would be great, to be honest. If I can work that out somehow, where that's able to happen, I would consider doing that for sure, because I think it would be really fun to meet well-intentioned people, you know. Because I know that there are a lot of you who are really sweet and would be really cool to hang out with. But yeah. Okay, I will do a voice reveal. Listen back to the last 4 hours and 4 minutes of this video for a voice reveal. Yes, Lucy's an alter ego. That's a good way of explaining it. Yes, a personal alter ego for me, definitely. Oh, that's cute. You mean like you heard one of my parts in the Dark Somnium's stream? I've done that before, actually. I don't frequent his stream very much, and I feel bad about it. I used to, but I need to do it. I need to do it more. But sometimes I would come on and I'd be like, oh, that's my story. Wow. It was weird too, because not a lot of people know who I am on the Dark Somniums channel. Like, more and more people are starting to know, which is great. It makes me feel so happy when people comment on his videos like, hey, it's Lucy. I'm like, oh my god, yeah, it is me. But a lot of people still don't know who I am on his channel. And I remember when I was like an admin in the stream chat and some of my videos would play, I'd have to like come up with like very subtle ways to be like, yeah, you know that's me, right? Like, oh, I remember doing this story. It was such a fun story. Like, and people would be like, "Who? Like, do you guys know who that female narrator is?" And I'd be like, "Oh my god, I do. It's me. Oh my god." So yeah, it's the stream. Yeah, the stream is difficult. Well, if you're an admin for the Dark Somnium, you had to be familiar with what stories were what, so you could tell people, because people would come on and be like, "What story is this?" And you'd have to know. No, I don't admin that. I don't admin there anymore. As I admin more on his Discord server now, but honestly, I used to stay up really late listening to that stream too. The subtle, not so subtle. Like, it's not even a flex so much as I just want the recognition of it, you know? Like, when people ask who it is, I'm like, oh, it's me, don't you know? I guess it is kind of a flex, though. Just the fact that I was on his channel at all is kind of a flex, I guess. It's less like, look how talented I am, and it's like, it's more like, look at this talented guy I got to work with, you know? So, anyway. Yeah. No, it's always fun to try to figure out that dynamic. Well, I do the same thing in his Discord as well, and in his YouTube comments, I'm always like, yeah, it's me, you know? His most recent video, though, has gotten some attention that I didn't quite expect, you could say. So that was fun. My most recent role in, oh, what's it called? It was the church video. I don't know. I was on a roll in his channel recently, and I played a mother character, and everybody made fun of me because apparently I made the mother character sound too sexy. And I was like, sorry. I didn't mean to. If you guys haven't heard this drama yet, it's hilarious. But a strange church appeared in my hometown as the video. And everybody in the comments is kind of like clowning on me for the way I made the mother's voice sound. And it's like, oh my god, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. I was just trying to act. And I failed. So, yeah, that was unfortunate, but, you know. Yes, okay, so Alex, you know what I'm talking about, yeah. Listen, it was a cool role, but everybody in that comment section is clowning on me. Apparently I sounded too flirty. Great. You're gonna know what I'm talking about when you check it out. You will. Oh my god. It's gonna follow me here too. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. It was fine. Listen, it was fine. It was just funny because I was like, wow, this is the role people decided to simp over, huh? I thought Wendy was going to be, and to be fair, people simped over Wendy too, but I thought Wendy was going to be the one. Oh my god. Okay, well, just trust that I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. I was trying to do something different. And I missed the mark. I get it now. I missed the mark. You know what's funny is that on the same day I sent Ronnie those lines, to be that mother character, I sent him lines to be another mother character in a different story, and he hasn't released that one yet. And I don't know if he's spacing it out or if he's scared now for me to be another, like, he's never gonna give me another role again after that one. Oh no. All right. Okay. Oh, Wendy from NFC. Sorry, I'm talking about Wendigo Wendy. Um, from the Nightmare Fighting Championship slash tournament, depending on how you know it. Yes, thank you. Such a good character. Such a good character. I'm so excited for hopefully the future projects that I'll be in with that. Because TJ is, like I said, like I've been saying, such a good fucking author, and Wendy's just an amazing character. So, yeah. I feel like I'm running out of steam, you guys. Oh goodness. No, no, you're right. It's technically called the Nightmare Fighting Championship NFC. Um, but I don't know. Ronnie's video is called the Nightmare Fighting Tournament, so it's NFT on Ronnie's channel. I'm not really sure why that happened. Actually, I kind of meant to ask him and then I just forgot. But um, so yeah, you're right either way. I don't know the answer to that one. Oh, you haven't listened to Nightmare Fighting Championship, have you? Yes, that's a Dark Somnium video. It's very good. I will admit it's very long. Um, I don't actually know how long it is. Like, to the point where, like, I don't even know if I've listened to the whole thing. And because I used to listen to it to go to sleep, so, like, I'm sure I missed parts of it. But I did read most of it, to be fair. Um, yeah, it's 6.5 hours long, so it's a trek. It is a trek, but it is a treat as well. So many good actors in that. So many good actors, and obviously great writing. Um, it's, yeah, 6.5 hours. It's crazy long, but it's great. It's so good. Wow, you listened to it all on the first day? That's a lot. That's a commitment. I definitely did not. It took me a while to get through it. Not because I didn't enjoy it, but just because, again, I was listening to it while I was sleeping, so it just took forever. Oh, gosh. Um, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Honestly, I probably should, disconnect in a little bit, but does anybody have any, like, last questions for, it's okay if you don't, but does anyone have any last, like, questions they want to know about, or, because I need to check, and I need to check and see if there are any other questions that I haven't answered yet. Because Evan, I think I covered most of your questions, right? I don't know if you have any other ones for me, please feel free to drop them if I've missed them. Um, wow, yeah, 12 shifts, 12 shifts at work. Jesus. Do you mean like 12 shifts or 12-hour shifts? Because I've done 12-hour shifts and I know your pain. I do 12-hour shifts every weekend, so I feel you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. plan on doing any more of these regularly? Not at the moment, no, but mostly because I just don't have a ton of time to do stuff like this, but I would like to do more of them. I admit, like, the last one I did was like 2 years ago, and that's crazy. Like, I do want to do them more often than this. And also, to be fair, my revenants on Patreon are supposed to be getting a monthly stream from me, but I'm waiting to get more of those so that so I'm not streaming to no one, because that would be a kind of an ego killer for me. But yeah, technically I should be doing more of those as well, and they'll probably be on here, but I might do the thing where I'm on here but the chat is only available to revenants. I'm not really sure. We'll see how I end up doing that. But generally speaking, yes, I should be doing them more. I don't know about regularly, but because I don't even know, like, I'm gonna run out of things to talk about eventually. You guys are gonna find me so boring. 12-hour shifts. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I feel your pain. I do feel your pain. Unfortunately, my 12-hour shifts, like, my job is mostly customer service, so I can't listen to anything during it because I have to be talking to people and listening for people coming in, and, you know, I have to be actually paying attention, unfortunately. So I don't have time to listen to narrations, or else I would. Yeah, the Among Us stream was 2 years ago, I think. I mean, I could be wrong. But I looked at it earlier, and I think it was 2 years ago. It was a long time ago. I think it was during COVID. So yeah, it was about 2 years ago. Kind of ran out of steam on like question 15. That's fair. Evan, thank you so much for all your questions that you sent in. Seriously. So helpful for this, and I'm touched that you had so many that you wanted to know from me. So seriously, thank you. It's very, very helpful. Origins of the name Spirit Voices. I did go over. I think that was like the first question I answered. So that is back there somewhere. It's a pretty boring answer though. So. Yeah, 12 hours interacting with humans. Yes. Listen, it's a fun job. I do like my job quite a bit, but yeah, it can be a lot. And like I said, I have social anxiety. I'm kind of an introvert, so I run out of steam pretty quick. Like Saturdays, I'm working, usually it's Saturdays, and I'm working 12 hours straight on Saturdays, and then Sunday comes around and I'm dead. I'm like dead to the world. Like there's nothing that can get me out of bed on a Saturday or on a Sunday, for real. Yes, the list super helped. Thank you. Yeah, no worry. I mean, I, for the sake of people who are listening back later, I won't repeat the whole answer, but essentially, Spirit Voices just sounded good to me. It just sounded good to me. And originally, my channel name was Royal Voices. That's the other thing you missed. And then I changed it because that was not horror-y enough. So yeah. And now it is Spirit Voices. And it's fun. I'd be done on Sundays too if it wasn't. That's true. I don't go to church anymore personally, so honestly I'm kind of grateful for that, because I'm always like I'm so tired on Sundays after interacting with people for so long on Saturdays. So eventually I'm going to have to start working on Sundays as well, and that's going to be a pain in the ass. So yeah, Mondays are like my prime video editing day, because I'm technically supposed to be done on Tuesdays, and usually I'm not even done on Tuesdays. So thank you. I'm glad. Well, to be honest, it's not as cool as Spirit Voices in my opinion. But it was a cool idea at first. But I like this better. The spirity side of things. I play into it a little bit. I mean, granted, not in my stories, but you know. Did I miss any other questions? Let me look. plan on doing any more of these regularly? I answered that one. Okay, I think I might have gotten everything. Right? I think I got everything. Okay. It's a good name, but it doesn't pass the vibe check. Yeah, not really for horror, for horror narrations. So I agree. I'm glad I stuck with this one. I am. Plus, Royal Voice. Can you just imagine like the art that I got, like the one that's on the screen right now? Ugh, so good. I wouldn't have gotten that kind of art if I'd gone with Royal Voices. To be fair, I probably would have gotten something really cool, but no, this is great. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So, I don't know how many of you were here for my announcement earlier, but I'm just gonna reiterate this again before I leave. So actually, I'm just gonna reiterate my whole schedule. How about that? So this is going to be my video for today, Tuesday. Next week, I'm posting my original story, which I'm so nervous about that too. But hopefully it'll be done by then. And then, so my original story will be up next Tuesday, theoretically. If it's not, I will let you guys know. But I hopefully will have time to work on that. And then, let me think. So in terms of projects, so excited about my Monster of the Week campaign. Please follow Dusklight Radio, subscribe to Dusklight Radio if you have not already. And I can link his channel if you guys want me to. In fact, I probably will anyways. Because that is where that is coming out. Like, I won't be posting the Monster of the Week content on my channel at all. It'll only be on Dusklight Radio's. So if you're interested, like I posted the trailer on my channel, but if you're interested in actually seeing the, any of that, then please subscribe to Dusklight Radio. But anyway, very excited about that. And I can't wait for you guys to meet my character, because I love her so much. And then the other project I'm working on, of course, is the audiobook, which is They Hide, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I've finally been given permission to announce that now, so I'm going to be doing a community post about that soon, where I post, I'll repost that Kickstarter link, the pre-launch link. And, yeah, so that's the other thing that I'm doing. And I think you can buy that book now, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll post all of those links in a community post where I summarize those announcements. But I'm excited to finally reveal that on this live stream to you guys, where I can actually talk to you about it. So, and by the way, I don't know if I really stressed this when I was talking about it earlier. I kind of said that I was part of an audiobook, which is true. But I don't know, like, it's like 45,000 words, you guys. Like, I am significant part of an audiobook. So, and again, I'm not even finished with my part yet. I have to keep working on that ASAP, but it's definitely something that hopefully you guys will, appreciate. So that kind of sums up my announcements, I think. And then I'm also going to be in a couple of collabs as well, that I am, really excited for. God, I don't even know how many of those I'm supposed to announce. I'm also going to have stories, for my next, channel. Like, there are a couple stories that I've been contacted by authors that I've done stories from before that I'm hoping to work with again. For example, I've gotten some submissions from, let's see, PDW, so PD Williams, who did The Disappearing Boy, has contacted me again, and I think I'm going to do a story from him, another story from him. I have, let's see, there's at least one other person. Yeah, there's a couple people who've reached out to me recently, and who have come back, like authors who have come back. So I'm really excited to work with them again. It is going to be on Audible. Sorry, I didn't mention that. Yes, the audiobook will be on Audible. And again, I'll post more information about that as well. But yes, that audiobook will be on Audible. And the book itself, I think you can buy on Amazon. Um, so, yeah. Oh, it's so cool. Um, the other author is Unseen Visitor. Yes. Unseen Visitor, who wrote Jamil. I also have another story from them, so that's going to be another author that is returning. And I'm really grateful because I've been so busy. I haven't had time to look for stories, so these authors have like just kind of reached out to me and given me some stories to look at. So I need to get back into that. But yeah. So I think that's most everything. I'll give more information about the collabs as they come, but I am signed up for a couple of those at the moment as well. And then, then I'll start rolling out the stories again. This video will be up on my channel to re-listen to as soon as YouTube lets me post it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, don't worry, Ethan. I'm about to end it anyways, so no worries. I think that's all I got for you guys. So, good night. Thank you all for joining me. I mean, seriously, thank you all for your wonderful questions and for chatting with me. And yeah, I really hope you guys have a great rest of your week, a great rest of your night. Probably won't I'll be responding to comments and making community posts, as I said, but I will not be posting a video until next week when I get the original story up. So, and hopefully it'll be on Patreon before that. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed I can actually get it done. Yeah, of course. I was hoping to be here for a few hours so a bunch of people could make it. I'm glad that I made it a whole 4.5 hours. So, so I hope that was long enough. And I'll try to do more of these. I will try to do more of these over time. So hopefully I'll be able to reconnect with you guys again. Let me know if there's any kind of stream that you want to see. Like, I just did this one where I just chatted a while. I don't know if this is the kind of thing that, you know, I can do too much more of before it gets super boring. But if there's other kinds of streams you want to see from me, please let me know. I'm hoping to get a different, like a desktop or something soon so I can play some games and stream or something. Yeah, or maybe I'll try to do a karaoke stream if I can figure out how to avoid copyright with covers. But yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. Thank you again for 10K. So crazy. And yeah, I guess I will check in with you guys soon. You are all amazing. Thank you. I made it. Woo! It's midnight officially just now. All right. Good night, everyone. I love you all.